Good morning. This sitting of the Long-Term Care Homes Public Inquiry is now in session. The Honorable Justice Scalise presiding. Please be seated.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue. Welcome to the continuation of the public hearings into the safety and security of residents in the long-term care home system. I have just a few opening remarks I'd like to make. I anticipate they'll take less than 5 minutes. Let me begin by welcoming all those present in the hearing room and also all those who are watching through the adjoining overflow rooms and those who are joining us by watching the webcast of these proceedings. As most of you know, the inquiry's public hearings began on June 5th in St. Thomas, Ontario. St. Thomas is the heart of the communities in which these offenses took place, and so it was only fitting that the bulk of the public hearings were there. The public hearings ran for much of June through August. Thank you for giving up your summers, one and all, for that. And after a brief recess, we are resuming the public hearings here in Toronto for 3 days. Today, tomorrow, and Friday, September 12, 13, and 14. In these 3 days of public hearings, you will hear expert and technical evidence on some of the broader policy issues that are informing the work of this inquiry. Today, we will hear from Professor Cross Yorker on the phenomenon of healthcare serial killing. Tomorrow, we will hear the evidence of Ms. Julie Greenall on the medication management system in the long-term care system, and importantly, on measures that might be taken to deter and detect those who use medication within the long-term care system to intentionally harm residents. On Friday, we will have the benefit of the evidence of Dr. Michael Hilmer on data analytics. Data analytics is a tool that may help us be able to detect excessive rates of mortality in long-term care homes. Although our venue is different this week, everything else will be exactly the same as it has been throughout the public hearings. The transcripts of the daily testimony will be posted on the inquiry's website by 9 a.m. the following day. All the documents that I admit into evidence as exhibits will also be posted on the inquiry's website. Our team has worked hard to see if they can get those exhibits in more quickly than before, so wherever we can, we'll have them in as soon as I admit them or shortly thereafter, but if not, they will be there the next morning. As well, a live webcast of the public hearings can be accessed through the inquiry's website. Of course, the public are welcome to attend the public hearings in person. We have 2 overflow rooms here for the public, each of which has a live feed of the public hearings broadcast into them. The final week of the public hearings in this inquiry will run from September 24th to the 27th or 28th. We will return to St. Thomas for that week. I think it's really important for all of us to recognize that in the final week of the public hearings, we will begin by hearing from some of the victims' families and loved ones, some in person, and others will have statements read by them. After that, we will hear the participants' closing submissions. I cannot tell you how much I look forward to receiving the written submissions next week and to hearing your closing submissions. For those of you who are not aware, who are watching this webcast, the closing submissions is the opportunity for the participants not only to help us with their assessment of the relevant evidence, but also to offer suggestions on how we might prevent offenses of this sort in the future. The completion of the public hearings at the end of September marks the end of Part 1 of the inquiry. Part 2 of the inquiry's work will formally begin then, starting with the consultation process. And again, as many of you will know, that begins virtually immediately on October 1. Council, may I take this opportunity to remind you that cross-examination of the witnesses is limited to 15 to 20 minutes. I know that that will be difficult in some cases, but I also know that I can count on you in this regard as I have throughout these public hearings. Our clerk will help you by holding up a sign at the 14-minute mark, and she will also let me know if you reach the 20-minute mark, and then I will help you with that. So Thank you so much to the participants and council for joining us again this week. I would also like to thank the public for their continuing interest and support. It's actually been overwhelming, and I think the participants would be really heartened to know how much support there has been and public assistance, especially over the summer months. We have had countless emails, documents. There hasn't been a single person that our council has reached out to ask for guidance, thoughts, advice, or whatever that has not given freely of their time and energy. And I know that everybody in this room is very committed to the work of this inquiry, but it's very heartening to know just how much public interest and support there is for our work. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you now, Mr. Ziegler, Commission Co-Lead Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to follow on the three witnesses who are scheduled for the next 3 days, hopefully we can complete them each day. And we've indicated to all the participants that with your approval, we will be sitting later than usual in order to achieve that, hopefully done by 4:30, but more likely 5:30, and hence the tight limits on cross-examination time, and council are aware of that. The other point is that Professor Yorker and Ms. Greenall, who are giving their evidence today and tomorrow as expert witnesses, have both prepared reports. There are no affidavits from them. The reports will be entered into evidence as they're sworn in and available to the public. And we intend to qualify them as witnesses at the beginning, the way we normally would, even though I sense no objections to their expertise. And then they will give evidence on those reports and be cross-examined. In Dr. Hilmer's case, he is not an expert witness. He is a technical witness who studied healthcare data analytics with the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. And there will be an affidavit filed for Dr. Hilmer. One other housekeeping matter before we call Dr. Yorker. There was a request in respect of the closing submissions that you spoke to, Commissioner, by the lifeguard agency. Their president, Heidi Wilmot-Smith, gave evidence in the first month of the hearings, in the first phase. And although they are not a participant, they've sought permission to make written submissions only as part of the closing submissions. That was in the interest of time because it happened last week. It was put before you, Commissioner, and the thinking is, unless any of my friends in the room have any concerns, that they can make submissions in writing based on the same rules as everybody else, but they have to get them in early on the 18th of September so that everybody else has time to respond to them in their final closing submissions. We're not granting them the status of a participant, and unless I hear any concerns from any of the other participants, that's the way we intend to proceed with that request. So at this point, we will call Professor Yorker, and my intention is to spend the better part of the morning with her, and then the participants will cross-examine in the order that we normally used in the last two phases of the hearing. So we'll call Professor Yorker, and I believe we're getting her.
Thank you very much. Just if I can on the lifeguard matter, I'm sure everybody would agree that there was an interest to be protected, which is why I granted them participation rights. We attempted to look after the procedural fairness issue, not only by having them file their submissions so that you know exactly what they're saying before your own submissions are due, but also they've been limited. No new evidence, no new issues.
We call Professor Beatrice Crofts Yorker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ziegler. Good morning, Professor Yorker.
Good morning.
And just for convenience, I've left with the clerk 2 copies of her report, which we will introduce into evidence once Professor Yorker has identified it. So we'll just, if we could give Professor Yorker a copy. I think, Commissioner, you have a copy, and all council have had it for quite a while. It's now made available to the general public on the Commission website. So Let us first swear in the witness.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Beatrice Ann Crofts, Yorker Schumacher.
And will you please spell your full name for the record?
Beatrice Annne Crofts Yorker Schumachers.
Thank you. So before you begin making your testimony, you must make a choice. You may choose to swear an oath on the Bible or another religious text of your choosing, or you may make a solemn affirmation to tell the truth. How do you wish to proceed?
Make a solemn affirmation.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that the evidence to be given by, or do you affirm that the evidence to be given by you at this inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And I take it, for purposes of how we address our witnesses, you prefer to be addressed as Professor Yorker? Is that
That's right.
okay? And so I will do that.
Is the
which,
microphone on?
It should be, but if not,
Can
you
you
may.
hear me okay?
Yep.
It's okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Professor Yorker, I take it you are now a professor emeritus and former dean of nursing at California State University, and you've been teaching nursing in California and the state of Georgia since 1978. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right.
I just want to clarify that I was Dean of the College of Health and Human Services
Okay.
at Cal State LA, which included a School of Nursing.
Okay. And you also have a law degree and were retained by us to prepare a report for purposes of this inquiry.
Correct.
And you've been studying and writing and researching and consulting on the topic of healthcare serial killers since the 1980s. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have a document in front of you. Is that your report?
This is.
Yes. So subject to qualifying the witness as an expert, Commissioner, I'd like to tender the document, which is LTC, well, I'll just give you the last 5 digits, 72896, as exhibit, what number we're at?
Exhibit 163.
163.
Exhibit 163 then, the report of Professor Yorker. Thank you.
And for the benefit of the communication system, I will be calling up parts of the report throughout. I'll be using the page numbers on the PDF that's on the database. Hopefully, we can see the report on this. It's not a big screen, but everyone has screens before them. So, Professor Yorker, just to deal with your academic background, you've been a nurse since 1975, obtained your master's in 1978 and your JD in 1988, is that correct? And your CV, in fact, appears at page 28 of the document. And you have been teaching, if I'm looking at page 29, you've been teaching nursing since 1978, when you started doing that at Emory University in Georgia, and have taught at Emory, Georgia, Georgia State, and San Francisco State University, and ultimately you were the dean and professor at Cal State in Los Angeles. Is that correct? Right. And currently you are?
Well, I am teaching undergraduate psychiatric nursing in a geropsych facility. I do that 50% of the time as a professor emeritus.
And you've done clinical work throughout this period as well?
Yes.
And I take it as well, you teach forensic nursing?
I teach legal and ethical issues in nursing. I teach psychiatric nursing. I do training at the International Association of Forensic Nurses. I speak at conferences, and I'm often a guest lecturer on child abuse or mandated reporting, things like that.
And you obtained your law degree in 1988. Why was that?
2 reasons. One, I was working at a large urban hospital in Atlanta, and I was seeing a lot of child abuse on the child psych service, and I was getting beat up in court. And so I also wanted to be a nursing professor, and I knew I needed a doctoral degree, And there were no PhD programs in nursing in Georgia at that time. So I thought, well, I'll get a law degree, and hopefully I will be able to publish and do the research necessary for academia, and I'll certainly do better in court.
And when did you start studying serial killers in healthcare, and what drove you to that?
That was during law school. And what interested me in that is that I was seeing cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy in my child abuse work. I was working part-time on the psychiatric consult service at Grady Hospital, going to school part-time, and I saw a case with the abuse pediatrician, and it was baffling and it was very interesting. And the Children's Hospital in Atlanta asked if I would do a law review article on covert video surveillance, putting hidden cameras to help them catch this type of child abuse. And while I was doing that, I saw on the television that a nurse in Albany, Georgia, was arrested for injecting her patients with potassium chloride. And when I saw that, I went, that's not the first nurse to be arrested for injecting their patients. There was that nurse in Texas who had injected pediatric patients. So I decided to do a LexisNexis search, and I typed in nurses accused of murder, and to my horror, 9 cases popped up. So then I thought I was onto something.
And you've been writing about it ever since, is that correct?
Yes.
And I won't take you through all the articles that are in your curriculum vitae, but I take it you still write and speak on the topic to this day.
I do.
You talked about psychiatric nursing that you teach. What is psychiatric nursing for those of us who are not expert
Psychiatric
in?
mental health nursing is care of patients who have primary psychiatric diagnoses, like schizophrenia, severe persistent mental illness, care of patients with substance abuse, care of patients with dementia, with delirium, and sorting out some of those issues. And in my case, I specialized in child and adolescent psychiatric nursing, so I spent some of my time working in institutions that served that population, and then also working in clinics and outpatient settings.
And in your curriculum vitae, we also see that you taught forensic nursing and have written articles on forensic nursing. What is that?
Forensic nursing is applying the nursing process in a legal setting. And that could be in the emergency room. If you see an accident and you need to collect evidence because there's going to be an insurance claim. It certainly involves treating victims of violence, collecting evidence that there may have been a crime committed. It involves treating patients who are in the criminal justice system, who are incarcerated. Making decisions of competency. Should a patient be held against their will? Do they meet the definition? Understanding how long you can hold a person against their will. And certainly, a large group of forensic nurses are sexual assault nurse examiners. And so they collect rape kits, collect DNA evidence, and work very closely with law enforcement and with prosecutors.
And at what level do you teach forensic nursing?
All levels. So from the introductory all the way through graduate, and you can specialize in it.
So how does the science of forensic nursing assist in promoting awareness of healthcare serial killers in long-term care and home care facilities?
Well, it's when you identify a pattern. A lot of times it's, in the case of Roy Meadow coining the term Munchausen syndrome, I like to use that as an example of forensic nursing because it was a nurse who called to Dr. Meadows' attention that every time the nurse collected a urine specimen on this 4-year-old child who had been hospitalized many times for urinary tract infections and they could never get to the bottom of it, the nurse said, if I collect the urine specimen, it comes back clean. But if the mother collects the urine specimen, it comes back contaminated and with blood cells. And that is the kind of thinking that I encourage students to do that is along the lines of forensics. Sure enough, it turned out when the lab, 2 urine specimens went down to the lab, the 6 a.m. that the nurse collected was clean, the 10 a.m. that the mother collected was filled with red blood cells. So the lab tech, who I consider also thinking forensically, went one step further and he typed the blood cells in the urine, and it was not the little girl's blood type. It was her mother's.
Turning this to healthcare, serial killing, and long-term care, how is forensic nursing applicable and taught to nurses in that context?
It's to have an idea of patterns, to look for anything that is out of the ordinary in long-term care. As I will talk about, it's when a death is not a typical death.
And would the same apply for home care?
Yes.
You've consulted with prosecutors on healthcare serial killings. How often have you done that?
About 8 times, 8 of the cases in our study, and several cases that are not published in our studies.
And have you consulted in cases where there were convictions?
Yes.
And cases where there were no convictions?
Yes.
Right. And you've given expert evidence in legal proceedings before?
Yes.
What kind of proceedings have you given expert evidence?
In family court, in child custody cases, in criminal court, in termination of parental rights cases, and mostly in civil proceedings. So wrongful death, nursing negligence, those type of cases.
And at this point, Commissioner, I seek to qualify Professor Yorker as an expert witness in the areas of studies of healthcare serial killing and nursing education. Subject to any objections from anyone?
Thank you very much. Then I admit her as an expert on both those topics. Thank you.
And just returning to situations where you've consulted with prosecutions, are there situations where you've not refused to consult?
There are situations where I have said, I don't think you have a good case. I will always consult, but I may not always testify, and I may not always give a report that that would meet their needs.
And looking at the material in this case and the report that you've prepared, I take it that is your report, your signature at the end of it, is that correct?
Yes.
And you prepared it yourself?
I did.
Right? And you had some assistance in updating a study that you'd done about 12 years ago, is that correct?
I did. I was fortunate enough to recruit a recent law graduate from Loyola Law School, Seth Fowler, and he and I met several times because he has access to the LexisNexis Westlaw databases, and so he and I double-checked each other, and he helped set up updated spreadsheets for me.
And you also, looking at page 14, in terms of the Elizabeth Wettlaufer case, you looked at certain documents that were sent to you by Commission Counsel at the top of page 14. Certain material you've identified,
Yes.
which includes the agreed statement of fact on the guilty plea, the sentencing decision of Justice Thomas, the CAMH discharge data, the interviews with Wettlaufer by Commission Counsel and with the police interview and her handwritten confession. Are there other documents that you have looked at since you prepared your report that arose in this inquiry?
Yes, I have looked at some of the transcripts of testimony of the inquiry to date. I have looked at the actual transcript of the police interview. I think it was the second. I had watched some of what was available to the public up until this, but since then I have read that transcript and some documents provided by some of the parties here.
Yes, the ones that were forwarded in terms of potential cross-examinations. Yes. And you were also provided with Ms. Greenall's report is that correct?
With what?
Ms. Greenall's report on medication management, where she'll be giving
Yes.
evidence tomorrow. You've seen that as well. Okay, thanks. Your report was in response to certain questions from Commission Counsel that appear as the first exhibit to your report. And just looking at the format of your report, going back to page 1, and we see question 7 there. Your report then is a response to those specific questions that were raised by Commission Counsel.
Yes.
So I won't take you through all of them, but the very first question has to do with reviewing the data that you've studied and updating a paper that you prepared in 2006, and whether there, as a result of that, is there a phenomenon of healthcare serial killers. So I'm going to turn you to the 2006 paper first, which starts at page 60. And I will ask you some questions about that, and then take you to your report, your current report, which updates some of your findings. Let's start with, and this is the paper entitled Serial Murder by Healthcare Professionals. Let's start with the actual question. Is there such a thing as a phenomenon of healthcare serial killers in your in your experience?
Yes. That is the main reason that I felt the need to collect data, to publish it in peer review articles, is to establish that this is significantly more than isolated incidents.
And by phenomenon, how do you define a phenomenon?
That it is regularly occurring, that it is more than an isolated incident, that it has some similarities and differences.
Mm-hmm. And prior to this 2006 paper, then you had studied individual cases?
Well, I had published in the American Journal of Nursing the first 9 cases, and then I published in the Journal of Nursing Law an update with 12 cases, but pointing out that there had been additional cases, and then leading up, I think we got together in the early 2000s. Robert Forrest was the toxicologist in several of the British cases. Ken Kaiser was the head of the VA system, where they had several cases. And after I published the first 2 articles, they reached out to me, and Paula Lamp was in the Netherlands. And they said, I think there's a lot more cases. Let's try and put this out there.
So this 2006 study, which has many authors, is a compilation of your joint work in studying the phenomenon. Is that
Correct.
Yes. And your work starts with cases from 1970 onwards. Were there not cases before 1970 that you could have looked at?
There were, but those were more isolated incidents. They went way back. And there had been a big gap, like from the 30s. And then all of a sudden, in the 70s, the Centers for Disease Control became involved. There was an early case in Scotland, and it seemed like healthcare surveillance was sufficiently at the point where it was being picked up.
So you're saying this existed prior to 1970, but our data and the ability to detect it was not as good?
Yes.
And I take it the tools that have been used to kill people were not quite as refined? Is that a
Yes.
fair comment? In terms of injectables and
Right.
other drugs. And you say this is a phenomenon that is more of an isolated cases, and you looked at quite a number of them in your 2006 paper, but I guess what is it that heightens the level of concern for the public generally, that this is a problem that we should be worried about in terms of your studies?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, why should we be concerned if some people may view these as isolated incidents?
Well, we should be concerned because there's a significant number of patient deaths. It's the same reason we're concerned about serial killers in general. We are concerned about it. The FBI has spent a great deal of resources defining serial murder as a phenomenon. There's been a lot of scholarship on that. And so looking at serial murder within the context of healthcare should be equally as important. And the number of victims, as we point out in a subsequent article, the number of victims of the convicted killers in 2006 was 317, but the number of suspicious deaths that occurred on chart review once the killers were convicted was excess of 2,000. And if we put resources into things like dog bites, where we educate the public and tell them how to avoid and prevent dog bites, there are far less dog bites, shark attacks, infant abductions, and those types of phenomenon than there are victims of serial killers in healthcare.
And those are the ones we know about. Is that
Those
correct?
are only the ones we know about.
Well, you start identifying some of the, in the first paragraph of your 2006 paper, you start identifying some of the, couple of the leading cases, those of Harold Shipman in the UK and Charles Cullen in the United States, who Shipman was convicted of 218 murders and Cullen of 40. But you say there were likely more, and there are others who have similar numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, there are 9. If you go to my chart of convicted for serial murder of patients,
Yes, that's in
that's,
in your. Just get the page number. I believe it's page 70.
mine's 1363.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, just your updated chart is at page 70.
Yes.
Which is
Updated chart.
tab F.
And if you look through that, you can see that there are 9 that have triple digits of victims before they were caught.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with, Hans in the Netherlands and
Franz.
Hans,
Frans. That's the first one.
Hans.
Yeah.
So,
And these are the ones that have suspicious deaths connected to convictions for a lesser number of deaths. Is that?
that's right. The convictions tend to be only the patient deaths where there's absolute guilt beyond a reasonable doubt evidence that that was a murder. Subsequent chart reviews and death records and confessions have led to the body count being much higher in some cases than what was convicted.
And looking at page, your page 1362, bottom page 60 in the left-hand column, you describe, for example, an investigation often begins when there's a cluster of cardiopulmonary arrests or deaths, and that the typical scenario involves injectable substances.
I'm sorry, my pages are not
Okay,
paginated.
if you go to page tab, yes, you don't have the paginated version. Tab E,
Okay,
page 1362.
okay.
It's page 60 of the PDF document.
Yes.
You look at what you describe as the typical scenario from your review, usually injectable substances happening on evening and night shifts. Has that changed any since your 2006 report? Are you still seeing that?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And this business of a cluster of deaths, is that typical in terms of how these are detected?
That is often how they're detected, but I do break it down because sometimes it is actually a patient themselves who complained and said the nurse injected me with something and I stopped breathing. Sometimes it is family members who say, my family member was just fine. I left for a short while and came back and they were having a code. And sometimes it's other nurses who report their suspicions.
We'll look later at your analysis of these. Just looking generally at the methods by which you did your research. Again, at page 1362, under methods, if we can focus on the first paragraph under methods, maybe so people can see it a little better. I take it the source of your information in these cases, you did identify searches of case law, Nexus, and other news media, but you have other sources of information, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And specifically, what are your sources?
Sometimes it was the prosecutors. Sometimes it was, in one case, the Georgia case, it was the defense attorney of the nurse. He turned boxes and boxes of materials over to me because he knew that I was studying this. And in Robert Forrest's case, he had quite a bit of direct toxicologist evidence because he was the forensic toxicologist. And in some of the VA cases, we had government documents. And that's for Veterans Administration.
And although there are, you found many cases of healthcare providers charged with murder, you've narrowed it down, I take it,
Yes, we have.
to serial killers. How do you define that?
Well, out of the 147 cases, there were quite a few where it was a nurse killing one patient. So that is not serial murder. It doesn't meet the definition of serial murder, so we threw those out. We also excluded where there was a vendetta, revenge, rape, murder, or jealousy, or trying to get an inheritance. Murder outside of the healthcare setting, because even in our updated study, there was a nurse's aide who had been fired, and then he went back to the rehab center where he had been employed, and he set a fire and killed about 19 patients. And I excluded that because it did not fit what we were looking at. And we also excluded Dr. Kevorkian, who has been prosecuted for murders of more than one patient, but he holds himself out as engaging in euthanasia. He gets the family's informed consent. He gets the patient's informed consent if they're competent. And it's not the phenomenon we were looking at. And then in the wake of Hurricane Katrina, a few healthcare providers were charged with murder of patients who were not adequately treated while the electricity was off, and we did not count that in our study.
Okay. And in your study, then, you start looking at various subsets of these healthcare serial killers, and you start with geographic location on page 1365, page 63 in the study. And you say most of them are in the United States at the time. This is in 2006. They were 40% of your prosecutions, and the rest were largely elsewhere,
Correct?
England and Germany being the primary locations.
Correct.
And you say some of them, in fact, may have done their work in more than one jurisdiction, especially within the
Well,
United States.
That was really Charles Swango.
Okay.
He was the physician who got fired from the Veterans Administration and ended up going to Zimbabwe, where they finally detained him and caught him killing patients there.
But when you get to professions, and I'm looking at page 66 of the document, your pie chart there, registered nurses are roughly 60% of the killers we're looking at, and practical nurses another 8%.
Correct.
Right.
And AIDS 18.
Yeah, so MDs are a fairly small proportion. They're only about 12%.
Right.
And others being, I assume, by...
One was a med tech and one was a respiratory
Right.
therapist.
So this seems to be a phenomenon where the overwhelming majority of the prosecutions involve registered nurses.
Our nursing staff.
Right.
Because only PNs and RNs are registered. Nurses' aides might have a certification system, but they work under the supervision of nurses.
Yeah.
So it's all within the nursing.
But in terms of administering medication, that's within the purview of
No.
all of them?
Aides do not administer medication. Some of them killed their patients by illegally administering medication. Some of them used suffocation. There was water in the lungs, poisoning. So the aides tended to account for other methods.
And then you deal with gender, and you say about women comprise about half of the serial killers, yet most of the nurses in the United States, women are about a much larger percentage of that. But
Males are disproportionately represented among the nursing serial killers and the nurses' aide serial killers.
as opposed to the physicians.
As opposed to the physicians, it's about 50.
Right, or as opposed to serial killers in general, in the general population.
Right.
Okay. And in terms of the setting, the healthcare setting, you studied that as well at the time, and and I'm looking at the chart that you have at page 67 or 1369. Hospital units were about 70%.
Right.
At that point.
At that point, hospitals were 70%. We broke that down, and med-surg units were the vast majority, 38 of that 70. Neurology, emergency, psychiatry, geriatric, pediatric, and ICU, CCU was the second largest group. And then it was nursing homes, followed by 20%, home care, 6%, and outpatient settings, just a couple of cases.
And the victims tended to be either the very old or the very young, those who could not respond.
Vulnerable populations, yes.
And
I do qualify that, though, because some of the serial killers injected pretty healthy, ambulatory, vocal, capable people with toxins that could have killed them were they not resuscitated.
okay. And looking at the methods that you were looking at in 2006, what was the primary method?
It was injection. And tell me again what page.
I believe, well, you mentioned it, you write about it at page 1366, and I believe there's a chart that you have at the next, at page 67, 1369. You say injection is 52%. And by injection, that's not just using needles or insulin pens, it's also IV lines and PICC lines, is that correct?
Absolutely.
So when you use the term injection, it's any method other than oral or topical medication.
And the majority was intravenous injection
At the time,
at the time.
okay? And then the others tend to involve injections, and it's just a question which substances, which is your next chart. You mentioned insulin, potassium chloride, opiates were the main source at the time?
Yes, and part of that had to do with Harold Shipman, because he used opiates. He was a physician. He had access to them. It was less common in the United States, where opiates are controlled and are counted. And the early cases, several of them involved respiratory paralyzing agents like succinylcholine, pancromium, and other neuromuscular blocking drugs. And those have tapered off. The use of those medications isn't nearly as accessible as it was in the 70s.
And I guess there's a general caution that you have in your current report that because the sample is not that large, one has to be careful about how one deals with these statistics
Absolutely.
and percentages.
You can't generalize from 90 cases.
Right. But you can, what can you do with that number of cases, or even with the 140 that you have now?
The 140.
130.
You can be aware of some red flags.
And looking at motives, because you mentioned that in your at page 65 of the paper, and the first thing you say is that insufficient information was available to systemically analyze the motives behind these murders, although there are some anecdotal insights. And I think you then, you say there is insufficient data. Is this something that is helpful in terms of looking at the motives of these killers?
I think the things that really emerged when we had this many cases was that it was more common for a serial healthcare killer to have falsified or inflated their credentials than it was for them to have a criminal background. We were also struck by several of the cases where the nurses themselves had Munchausen syndrome or a history of Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
But beyond that, you mentioned other types of motives, and you've seen the Wettlaufer motives. Do you feel it's at all possible to prevent healthcare serial killings by analyzing these motives?
No, and as a matter of fact, I did not engage in any profiling activity because I felt that convictions should not rest on a profile. And I still do that with the Munchausen cases. I don't believe that profiling somebody is how you convict them of a crime.
And indeed, in terms of investigations that you've been involved with, is there any type of profiling that you have seen that's effective?
No.
You mentioned Munchausen syndrome, just for the benefit of everyone in the room. Can you please tell us what that is and what Munchausen by proxy is?
So Munchausen syndrome is a psychological condition where you make yourself ill for the purpose of getting medical attention. And in the case of Beverly Allett, she, during nursing school, she had 146 visits to the student infirmary. She often had her arm in a sling. She was crisscrossed with incisions on her abdomen. She had urinary retention. She went so far as to injecting her own breasts with normal saline to give herself breast lumps. And then when she got a job in a pediatric hospital area, she became miraculously well, and the children started having critical incidents. So Munchausen syndrome is making yourself ill. Munchausen by proxy is making a dependent in your care ill. And it was first described regarding mothers who made their own children ill for the purpose of getting medical attention.
And Munchausen by proxy then?
Making your child
is
ill.
Making a child, or is it necessarily a child?
Well, I have contributed to that literature by saying, or a dependent in one's care, including nurses. And Roy Meadow agrees with me, and he said that in Beverly Allett's case, that would be a situation of Munchausen by proxy. And
Who's
Roy Meadows, the physician
Meadow?
in England who coined the term Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
and Beverly Allett is, what was her case about?
She was the British nurse who was convicted of killing pediatric patients in a small British hospital where the death rate was on average 2 a year. They hired her, and within 6 weeks, they had had something like 26 deaths and emergency trips to the hospital.
And just to go back to the other point you raise on toxicology, which is the next one I want to get to. On the one hand, you say toxicology can be invaluable in prosecuting healthcare killings in your paper. That's the first sentence. And then you talk about fatal doses of intravenous potassium chloride that's impossible to detect on a postmortem, and that in hypoglycemic cases as well, where there's overdoses of insulin, it's also problematic to
Well, let me clarify the toxicology.
use toxicology, yes.
So toxicology evidence can absolutely nail it if you get it immediately after a cardiac or pulmonary arrest and you show extremely high levels of a respiratory paralyzing agent that was not ordered. Those are cases that will go to court and be clear and convincing and often are guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Where it gets tricky is hours after a patient dies, and particularly on exhumation, because there's been no clinical trials, no real good data collection. So if you can get the toxicology evidence right after a code, right after a resuscitation, or right after a death, and it happens to show a substance like an opiate that is in toxic levels, that wasn't ordered, or even if it was ordered, is in toxic levels, then it can be very helpful.
Does it matter, though, what the substance is?
Yes, some substances are much more difficult to detect. And a lot of those substances are probably popular or used because they are difficult to detect. One nurse told me that she felt very guilty because she had taught the nurse in Atlanta who was ultimately convicted in Alabama. She had taught him how to get rid of rescue drugs like lidocaine and so on if there was too much in a patient and you didn't want the tox screen to be positive. So a lot of drugs are in there as part of rescue. A lot of them are metabolized very quickly. But I leave all of that to the toxicology experts.
You're saying, in your review, insulin and potassium chloride are particularly, if those are the tools being used to kill.
They're particularly difficult, yes.
And so toxicology is much more valuable when dealing with someone who's killing using opiates. Is that fair?
Opiates or the respiratory paralyzing agents, yes.
Right. Just while we talk about potassium chloride, in what context is liquid potassium chloride used, injectable potassium chloride used in healthcare, and where would it be? Will you see it in long-term care?
Well, you see it less in long-term care. It's an electrolyte. It's a naturally occurring salt. It's often used as the base to administer medication because it's, normal saline is basically what your body is circulating anyway. Potassium chloride is to give you a little bit of an electrolyte balance. And sometimes patients need a milliliter or two administered in a 500 milliliter bag. And so it's injectable, so you can just take a couple of milliliters and put it in a bag of normal saline to get a nice electrolyte balance. But if you take 20 cc's and put it in 30 milliliters of normal saline, that's enough to cause a cardiac arrest.
But it's typically used in a hospital setting only?
Wherever there's IVs to restore fluid balance.
Okay.
It's typically used in IVs.
And in your experience of long-term care, have you seen it
Not much.
used much? Now, hypoglycemia and insulin is different in the sense that it's pretty
Oh, you see
ubiquitous
a lot of that, yes,
in all settings.
in all settings.
Just touch on a couple more things of your 2006 paper. You did say that very few of the killers had criminal records, but many had a history of falsifying credentials. Now, how did you come by that evidence?
When an example is Richard Angelo in New York, and he was really only caught, there wasn't a pattern that was detected of increased patient cardiac arrests, but a patient survived a cardiac arrest and pointed and said, that nurse with a beard injected something into my IV and it made me stop bleeding or stop breathing. And then he said, yeah, I did it because of the esteem and respect that I got from my colleagues because I performed very well in a code. And I did it, I'm like those firefighters who set fires. And so go back to the original question, which is,
Criminal records.
in looking over his, in looking over how they could have hired him, in doing a root cause analysis and trying to figure out how to prevent that, they did notice that he had falsified a credential that he also had a respiratory therapy degree or an EMT degree, and he had overinflated his education. So, and that, he was not the only one. There were several who had either falsified or just lied on their resume.
And you've seen this in the prosecutions that you worked on?
Yes.
And did these people typically, though, otherwise have a criminal record of any kind?
No, no. But they were liars more often than they were criminals.
Okay. You and your colleagues conclude the 2006 article, and I'm looking at the final paragraph, that your review of prosecutions underscores a need to raise awareness of the phenomenon. Has that changed any?
No, not at all.
And you go on to say the current practices that allow licensed practitioners easy access to non-controlled and otherwise therapeutic medications should be examined, and procedural safeguards designed to track injectable dosing. Have you seen much change in that area?
Yes. It's been gradual. Most of it was in response to the medication error literature. The Institute of Medicine report, To Err is Human, which pointed out how many deaths occurred as a result of human error, and a variety of medication tracking and safe medication administration procedures and systems were put in place in the years following that report.
And now turning to your current report, which at page 3. So we asked you in the first question to update your data from the 2006 papers and your 2010 paper in terms of the phenomenon. And can you tell us what you did to update your data?
Yes. So Paula Lamp and I had been periodically adding cases. We had about 18 or 20 between the two of us. And then when I got a law graduate, we got it up to 41 new ones. We verified the ones that we had. We went back to our 2006 article and we updated the pending or unknown cases. So we merged our spreadsheets, and we also analyzed just the new 41 to see if there were any differences between those between 1970 and 2006 and those between 2006 and 2018.
And that is largely the subject matter of your update, is that correct?
It is.
And so your 90 prosecutions are now 131 prosecutions.
Correct.
And we asked you to look more at those who were convicted rather than just those who were prosecuted. And you say 90 of them have been convicted. On page 3, you look at what's happened to the others. And just looking at the analysis.
If you could go.
Yeah, if we can
opposite
go
direction.
slide the
There you go.
down a bit.
So of the remaining 41, 6 successfully appealed their convictions. 17 were acquitted. However, of those, 3 were found liable for civil damages, meaning that there was a preponderance of the evidence that there was a wrongful death. 7 had the charges dropped, meaning there wasn't even enough to launch a full prosecution. 2 were found mentally unfit to stand trial. 1 committed suicide awaiting trial. 4 are currently awaiting trial, and 4 outcomes are still unknown. I want to update that, though. The Japanese case is now awaiting trial because there was a confession.
And I take it, even since you wrote this report, there have been other cases that have
Yes.
come to the fore.
We have another case that we discovered since I wrote this.
And just in terms of your research, you say you didn't include investigations where you've consulted where there's been no prosecution, but there were deaths. Is that not correct?
Yes.
So that often
There were clusters of deaths. In another case, there was cutting of umbilical lines in a neonatal intensive care unit that was inexplicable. there have been clusters and there have been situations where they suspected either a nurse or more than one nurse was harming patients.
Right. So that if I turn you to page 6 of your report briefly, the second last paragraph, in terms of the total number of deaths that resulted in convictions, and we're only talking about convictions, the 90 convicted killers were convicted of killing 450 people, but there are other suspicious deaths that take them in excess of 2,600, and that's only those who were convicted.
That's only those who were convicted.
Right. And for those who were acquitted or otherwise found not guilty or not prosecuted, there are many more. The deaths are still there. Yes. There are more deaths. Right. And then there are even more deaths for those who were never prosecuted in the first place.
Right.
So in that respect, the numbers are much higher than those on which they were actually convicted. Is that fair? But you do say, though, at page 4, that, again, we still have to be careful with the data, and that where do you distinguish between something which is just a change in data with a small data set or something that is clearly a trend or that we should be concerned about? How do you draw that distinction?
Well, I try to leave it to the reader. What I point out is correlations, and I leave it to people who look at the data to use it however it may help them improve practice.
And if there's a significant...
If there's something
trend?
Significant, then hopefully it can be used to improve practice.
Right. And you've expressed your opinion on whether something is significant, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, looking at updating where this happens and the countries where it happens, I'm just taking you to page 5. You still say the U.S. has the most cases.
Yes, the U.S. Overall had 40 prosecutions and 28 of those resulted in a conviction.
All right.
I'm sure you'll get there when we talk about what's changed.
Yeah. And Canada has 2 of them, and I take it one's the Wet Lawfer case, and the other is the Sick Kids Hospital
Yes,
murders in the 1980s.
The Sick Kids Hospital is footnoted because there was an epidemic of suspicious deaths at Sick Children's. The Centers for Disease Control did an epidemiologic study. Unfortunately, in the course of the investigation, the wrong nurse was arrested. And the nurse that showed up, Nurse A, in the CDC study was never prosecuted.
Yes, and you draw a distinction between prosecutions and convictions. And,
Yes.
And we see that. But other than those 2, you've not seen any others in Canada.
I have not.
And you do note, though, that in the United States, in updating your study, although there were 60 prosecutions and 40 convictions in the 2000s, yeah, at page 6, that in the recent years, in the last 8 years, the numbers dropped considerably in terms of prosecutions in the U.S., while it's increased in other countries.
Yes.
And
Specifically in Germany. Germany now is up to 20 prosecutions, and England up to 12. When you throw in Wales and Ireland and the UK, you're higher than that, followed by Belgium, and now Italy is kind of picking up. But I think what really struck us as we looked at the new data is that there are far fewer in the United States compared to the 1980s.
far fewer in terms of raw numbers.
Right.
Not just percentages.
Right.
And to what do you, in your opinion, attribute that?
Well, luckily, it's more than my opinion, because in my concluding statement, when I was researching what has been published to update on serial healthcare killers, recently at the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, a presenter said, one reason the rates of healthcare serial murders are rising internationally, but not in the U.S., is electronic medical records. We know that in America, with the implementation of the EMR system, that really decreases the potential for these incidents. You can't just take out medications and start injecting someone. Everyone's accountable because of EMR. But in most parts of the world, they don't even have EMR. At least in the United States, because of incidents in the 90s and 2000s, we've really beefed up on the credentialing system, and institutions have started to communicate with each other better.
Right. Now, you do say that only about 75% of them get convicted, and those who are
And
prosecuted.
that's been consistent. That remained, it was, 75% in the first 90, and then it was 77% or something. It was negligible. Essentially, this is a higher conviction rate than typical for murder. So I think it reflects the fact that you really have to have good evidence. You have to have strong evidence of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And even then, 25% of these have not yet resulted.
Your work with prosecutors and law enforcement, then, are there cases where you just don't prosecute at all?
Yes.
How often have you seen that?
Personally, only about 3
That you were brought?
but that I've worked with, but I'm aware that there are others.
Right. And they, in terms of evidence that you brought forward, what sort of evidence do you typically have to have?
Eyewitness accounts are very useful. Immediate toxicology screens are very useful. Statistical evidence is more circumstantial, and it is harder to prove, and even with strong statistical correlations of presence of a particular nurse or a particular healthcare provider with patient deaths, judges have just said that doesn't meet the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt threshold. So eyewitness confessions, very few have confessed until they're presented with uncontroverted evidence.
Have you worked with licensing organizations for nurses or professional regulatory bodies as well in terms of?
Yes, when
These
we
types of
first
cases?
published our articles, I was invited by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing to be a consultant on managing these type of cases. There was a group, the American Hospital Association, the Council of State Boards of Nursing, that spent a bit of time trying to promulgate practices that would respond to these. And currently, I'm an expert witness for the California Board of Registered Nursing regarding discipline and licensure cases.
And have you seen many cases where nurses are not prosecuted criminally, but their license is put into question because of conduct involving inflicting harm on patients? Intentionally?
No.
You've not seen that?
I have seen cases of intentional fraud. I have seen cases of negligence. I've seen one case of patient abuse. But in my work for the California Board, I have not been contacted about any suspicions about a healthcare serial killer situation.
Typically, if there are murders involved, that goes to the criminal
It
justice
goes,
system.
right. It's, yeah.
Looking at the professions and updating your study of the professions involved, and still at page 6 at the bottom, you still have nursing staff at roughly 85% of the people who are being charged or convicted, for that matter.
Right.
So that hasn't changed
No.
in your view, and there's a pie chart, I think, at page 7 that we can pull up that shows that.
The number of practical nurses is down a little bit compared to the 2006 study.
Mm-hmm.
But still, the nursing arena is still
Right.
the vast majority.
And the others are largely MDs,
Right.
medical doctors. Now, you do say something interesting under the chart that I think we should focus on briefly, and you say, the numbers are still small of 130, and that the chances of being killed by a healthcare serial killer are extremely low, less than 1 in 2 million, given the number of healthcare providers, and I presume that's in North America.
Actually, that was
Well,
originally extrapolated in England and then more worldwide.
Well, given that, I take it that supports your position then, that if we're looking for someone who's 1 in 2 million, profiling them isn't going to help very much.
No.
Should we be concerned at all, though?
We should be concerned and we should be aware of red flags, and that's what we hope the data allows people to do.
Okay. Now, moving on in your study in terms of the patients who are particularly vulnerable, and this inquiry focuses on long-term care and home care. I take it the critically ill and elderly and mentally compromised are particularly vulnerable.
Yes.
Right, and we know that Elizabeth Wetlaufer deliberately chose victims who suffered from dementia as well.
Right.
Is that a common theme that you've seen in the cases that you've studied?
Yes. But as I point out, it's not always the case. There are some very brazen healthcare serial killers.
Right. And looking at the settings, places where these happen, and particularly at the bottom of page 8, you notice a change in terms of where these murders are occurring, where people are being prosecuted or convicted. And
Well,
what is the change you see there?
Well, page 8 is when we pulled out the 90 convictions of the total 131. Okay, because we wanted to put 2 different lenses on it. So of the 90 convictions, slightly over half are in hospitals, and then the next largest group is in nursing homes. However, if you go back to the settings of the 2006 study and compare them to the settings since 2006, you see a significant increase in this occurring in long-term care, and a little increase in it occurring in the home. And
And a corresponding drop
in
hospital
hospitals,
settings?
yes. And we attribute some of that to the extensive medication tracking practices that are mostly in hospitals, and to the fact that care is moving more and more into long-term care and homes.
And do they provide greater opportunity for a killer than, say, a public hospital?
Well, it depends. There's certainly less supervision. Like on the night shift, typically just one RN is on duty. So, you know, there's been some discussion about we probably are not detecting the full extent of healthcare killings in both long-term care and in home care.
Well, looking at the charts on page 9, where you look at the change in settings, that's the 2006 chart you see up there with the yellow hospitals being 70%. If you go down to the bottom one, in terms of a change, you now see long-term care being 36% and the hospitals going below 50.
That's
the chart.
illustration that we want people
Right.
to see. Compare those two.
Right. And what about the increase in home care? You have a small sample, 6 to 10% may not mean much in that kind of sample. What have you seen in terms of cases involving home care?
Well, Harold Shipman did his killings by morphine in home care. What else we've seen recently is that nurses like working alone. They carry injectables with them a lot of times, and that a lot of patients now are being cared for, even with IVs, in a home setting, whereas they used to, you know, if they needed an IV, they'd just be hospitalized. But with the aging population, a lot of care is moving out of hospitals.
And you point out at the bottom of page 9 that the concern in long-term care and home care, you did mention oversight, less oversight. You also say patients are expected to die in long-term care.
That's true. So it's less likely that there would be an investigation or that it would be considered unusual. Patients do go into long-term care expecting to die there.
Yes, and but how should that change how one views the deaths?
That there's less alarm.
And you also mentioned diminished capacity and dementia.
Right.
You also say patients in long-term care may also be physically aggressive because of fall rates, sedation, bruising. Now, how does that come into play?
Well, so bruising on a patient who is in the hospital for a tonsillectomy, having their tonsils out, or in the hospital for breast cancer, you don't expect that they would have bruising or skin tears or just injuries as a result of restraining or patient safety. The other thing is that when patients are combative, they're very often sedated for their own protection, for the protection of the staff and other patients. And so when a patient is sedated, they're more vulnerable to being harmed.
Looking at your update on the most frequent methods that are used since your 2006 study, you have a chart at page 10, and injectable medications are still way at the top of the list.
Correct. That's the largest piece of the pie chart is
Yeah.
injectable medications. And then we have,
70% of the cases are.
right. Then we still have oral medications, and that's interesting that, some of the serial killers use that. Certainly that's more likely with the practical nurses or nurses' aides if they have access to those meds, even though it's illegal for an aide. What interested us is that injection of air is, at least in the recent numbers, is a bit more used. Although we'll get to that. This just is the overall convicted methods.
Right. And injectables are still 70% of the cases.
Correct.
Again, to follow up where we were before, that includes PICC lines, that includes
Right.
intravenous,
The vast majority
IV
are
bags.
intravenous, yeah.
Or needles, obviously, or actual injections. But looking at, within the scope of the injectables, looking at page 11, and where we are with the increase, and it seems that insulin has increased tremendously. If you look at the overall chart historically, and you look at the chart at the bottom of the 41 new cases, that's the blue part of the pie chart. Seems that insulin
Right, that's good.
is more
Insulin
common.
is more prominent, yes,
You say it's gone from 13% to 40%
right.
of the new cases. To what would you attribute that?
The availability of it. Diabetes is a leading disease process. Many patients regulate their own insulin. Patients in long-term care may need assistance with it. It's also some of the problems with detection. The fact that it can take hours to days. The nurse may be long gone from the hospital when the patient does die, so that proximity, looking at clusters of deaths, picking up on it, may be a reason for the insulin. I just think it's access. There's just so much of it out there, so many patients are on it.
Right. And the next, and Elizabeth Wettlaufer used insulin. Is that common to other major healthcare serial killers that you've looked at?
Absolutely.
Looking at the other methods, though, opiates seems to still hold a fairly steady piece of your pie charts.
Yes.
Um,
And on this second round of data analysis, we included the benzos in the opiates category. So anything that was like a major tranquilizer, somewhere on the spectrum of a controlled substance, we put in that orange category.
And potassium chloride still seems to be fairly popular.
Yeah, but it's decreasing a little bit, and that, I think, is because of the new ways that potassium chloride is counted. It's not just sitting in little vials available on the floor in every med room the way it used to be. It's more managed by either the pharmacy and it comes pre-loaded in an IV bag, so there have been more safeguards on potassium chloride than there used to be.
And another drug that seems quite common is heparin. What is heparin used for?
Heparin is an anticoagulant, so it stops your blood from clotting, and it is used if you have a clotting disorder and you're overclotting and you're building up blood clots in your system. So you basically bleed out any little cut, or it makes you very vulnerable to bruising and bleeding, and it can kill you in enough quantity.
And in terms of cases involving long-term care homes, these would be fairly common drugs? Or?
Less common. They're more common in the hospital areas.
Okay. So in long-term care, we should be primarily concerned still with insulin and opiates. Is that,
Yes.
that a fair comment?
That is a fair comment.
Same with home care?
Yes.
Now, you talk about the fact that injectables are used in many of these cases, and that indicates that there's been a diversion of medication from the purpose for which it was initially prescribed. I take it by diversion, you simply mean theft.
Yes.
Or what do you mean, rather than
Well,
let me not put words in your mouth.
because in a nursing situation, nurses have access to a lot of medications, and some of them are PRN or as needed. And so it's not theft if they just take medicine out of a container and give it to the patient as it's ordered. Diversion means given when it's not ordered, and what the source of that is not an order or a pharmacy supply for the intention. That is to go to a patient for a specific medical need. So diversion is when a medication is illegally administered, either to, stolen for the person to use it themselves, or used on a patient that it wasn't intended for.
And you say that that has four sources of harm in terms
You
of
can go to that.
middle of page 12, and how is that so?
So a patient who does not receive the prescribed medication is harmed.
Mm-hmm.
And Elizabeth Wettlaufer talked about that. She said, some of the hydromorphone that she took, she just took a patient's regular dose because they had dementia and they couldn't really complain. A provider may be impaired as a result of diverting a drug for personal use, and that could put patients in harm. The diversion of injectable medications for personal use or for injection in a person who was not prescribed the medication may cause contamination with infectious diseases such as HIV, hepatitis, or others. And my note refers to a nurse being prosecuted right now because a whole bunch of patients came down with hepatitis C because she was a drug user and was using in the hospital where she worked. And then Number 4, diversion is theft. Patients or their third-party payers may be paying for medication that is not going to the intended use.
Now, the next question we asked you, just to move on to how these healthcare serial killers are detected and the challenges in doing so. You indicated about 5 ways in which they are detected commonly. I guess the first being clusters of deaths that you spoke about earlier.
Clusters and increases.
And how do you spot those typically?
So a cluster is, let's say the hospital deaths go up from 20 a month to 25 a month. But then you find out that it's a certain med-surg unit and it's the evening shift that those extra 5 are happening on. That's what we call a cluster. But overall just increases. The Florida nursing home, Bobby Sue Dudley, was arrested because the Department of Public Health came to the nursing home knocking on their door and said, you've had a 25% increase in the number of deaths that you typically have over the last 2 months. What's going on? And that's when they launched that investigation. So both increases and clusters.
Then you go on to talk about specific suspicions of family members or
That's right, eyewitness events.
the patients themselves.
Yep.
That
And
seems
then-
to be a common source of detection. Or other nurses.
And then other nurses. So in several cases, nurses reported to their superiors that they had concerns that a particular nurse was having way too many patients crash and or die. And in the Orville and Majors case in Indiana, nurses said that they were afraid to go on break and ask him to watch their patients for 45 minutes because they'd come back from their break and the patient would have crashed or coded or was dead. They reported their suspicions. That was an example of how everything could have gone wrong. And the hospital death committee had not met for 11 months. So nobody picked up on the fact that there was a huge increase in the number of deaths in that hospital. But it was definitely nurses in that case. And in quite a few of the other cases, nurses have said, it just seems like patients are dying more when this nurse is on duty.
Looking at point 4, quality assurance data. What do you mean by that? Sometimes that reveals more patient deaths or adverse outcomes.
Well, an example I think would be the health department. When they say, well, you've had a 25% increase, or within a hospital, if you do have a death review or a death committee, and you go, well, on average, it was between 3 and 5 deaths per month, and then all of a sudden you go to 13, that kind of data, or cardiac arrests too, where patients are saved.
That requires a system where the data is kept and looked at.
Right, it does.
And the last one is toxicology, and I'm a bit confused about that one because you indicated in your other paper that toxicology results are not particularly helpful, particularly in cases involving insulin, which is now your leading cause, or potassium chloride. So in what context do toxicology results at the time of an incident or death, in what cases are they helpful?
Well, in the crime scene analysis, and some of the literature talks about the reason to educate people that this could be a phenomenon is sometimes you have to treat a hospital or a long-term care facility as a crime scene, which means that you get little vials out of the medication room or out of the family's or out of the patient's garbage can or out of the locked sharps container, and you can analyze that. So some of the ways that the insulin has been caught and detected is immediately looking at a syringe afterwards. Let's say a patient is not diabetic and they have severe hypoglycemia, And then you also send the syringe down to toxicology that was in that patient's room in the sharps container, and they say, oh my gosh, there's a lot of insulin in this syringe. That's how you make a direct causal connection. And as I mentioned, it's often post-arrest, right at the time of the patient adverse experience, when you collect that evidence. You just need to be aware enough to do it.
Well, and that's my question. Certainly in these insulin cases where you say the killer who overdoses the patient that may have been off work for several days, the overdose may have happened before, in those cases, I take it toxicology is not particularly helpful.
No, it is. That's how they find some of those folks, is that they then look at the syringes in the patient's room. They treat it as a crime scene. The thing is to think at the time the patient dies, there's an elevated blood sugar, or a decreased blood sugar. There's definitely alarming hypoglycemia, and this patient shouldn't have had it, or especially if the patient is not diabetic. So it's, once there's a suspicion that there's too many deaths, they start treating it as a crime scene, and toxicology evidence is often what goes to court.
Until there is a suspicion, though, one
Then you would not.
never has it.
Right.
And if it takes several days for the symptoms to ultimately manifest themselves, or hours, and
You might not find it on that patient,
Yeah.
but if you start thinking of a pattern of hypoglycemia, you might find it down the road.
So I take it, though, all of these methods of detection involve somebody thinking about a pattern because they have some suspicion or there's something going on. Is that correct? So let's take a case like Elizabeth Wettlaufer's, which fits the paradigm in your middle paragraph of page 13. The death occurs many days or several days later. Sometimes the patient's moved elsewhere to a hospital. There's no suspicion of any pattern of deaths, and the killer is long gone. These typical methods of detection aren't in play.
They're not. And particularly in her case, there wasn't a cluster, and other than one very brief period in 2011 when I think there were 3, there wasn't an epidemic. There wasn't a significant increase in deaths.
So that in the absence of some level of suspicion,
It's very difficult.
it is very difficult,
Yes.
particularly in long-term care and particularly involving
with
insulin.
Particularly in long-term care, yes.
Right. But you say at the bottom of page 13 that hospitals and long-term care facilities should have a uniform understanding of what would be considered a normal or typical death. Just looking at the bottom paragraph there. Now, what do you mean there, and what should they be doing differently?
Well, in hindsight, Elizabeth Wettlaufer's victims did not have a good death. It is, they were very uncomfortable. Some of them were seizing. It was not how people would want to die. And nursing is more and more teaching the fact that care through the dying process is a very important part of nursing care. We are learning that people don't want to die alone, they don't want to die afraid, and they don't want to die in pain. And so we should be more thoughtful, more planning in terms of providing care for the dying. So when people are admitted to long-term care, I would encourage everybody to have a conversation about what would you like your family's death to look like. But it's almost like before we go to that stage, what we need to do is say, what do deaths by Alzheimer's look like? What are the vital signs? How many days does it take? When are they in the last? When should you call the family? When do you administer just comfort? When do you stop, other kinds of treatment? So the more that we educate nurses and families about how to prepare for dying, the more an atypical death, an unexpected, a death by insulin would show up and be suspicious.
Well, you talk about routine analysis of patterns of death and adverse incidents. What kind of analysis do you have in mind?
Well, if you give me a second.
I'm looking at the, yeah, oh,
I
sure,
know,
by all
I'm
means.
looking, but I have a better quantification of that.
This is later on.
This is later on. Do you,
Okay, well, we'll get to that, I guess, when we get to that stage of your report. But if you can briefly tell us, and
well, it's what staff were present, what body systems were involved, how long did it take, what were the comorbid conditions. It's just quantifying, getting more data on death in long-term care and what is, how to make it good. And that goes beyond just preventing healthcare serial killers. It's good anyway, but it would have a nice side effect of also detecting atypical, abnormal deaths.
you're talking about any death in a long-term care facility.
That's right. It's
Whether there's
kinda like
suspicion or not.
That's right. It's kind of like the medication error measures. They're done with the goal of reducing medication errors. It just so happens that all of those measures have a side effect of deterring a healthcare serial killer because it makes it more difficult and more detectable.
Okay. Now, moving to, and we asked you specifically in question 7. Yeah, it's probably the right time for the
Yeah,
break.
it
It's
is.
moving to another topic.
Thank you.
I was going to go for another 5 minutes, but I'm fine to break now, Commissioner.
So let's take our 15-minute recess now. Thank you.
This public inquiry is now in recess until 11:20. 11:25. inquiry is now resumed. Please be seated.
But don't we need one more person there? No? Okay.
You're taking over as
All
the
right.
transcriber? Okay, thanks. So, Professor Yorker, when we left off before the break, we were going to look at where Elizabeth Wetlaufer fits into this paradigm of healthcare serial killers that you've studied, and you point out at page 14 that similar to a lot of them, she used insulin, she worked evening and night shifts, and she worked in a long-term care home where you're seeing more and more of these murders, and in that respect, she pretty well fits the mold of many. There's nothing atypical about that, is there?
No.
No. And in fact, the other thing we noted that her murders were not premeditated as a rule. That is, she wasn't planning for days or months or weeks in advance to kill a particular person for a particular reason in terms of her confessions. The evidence was she came into work, something was, whatever she was troubling her, she decided that was the day she was going to harm a patient.
Yes, it seems like she would get triggered at work. In fact, her premeditation seemed to revolve around consciously deciding that she would stop this behavior and then being unable to.
And in that respect, is she any different than most of the killers you've studied?
I'll tell you what, nobody has given as much detail as she has. So I just do not have the data. We have some information from family members, from colleague healthcare workers, about personalities and about issues. But when it comes to premeditation, she's given us more insight than any other healthcare serial killer.
And you did note one difference between her and the others. And
Well, that is that she confessed and turned herself in before she had to work with children.
so others had confessed after they were charged,
Absolutely,
but she's the only one who actually turned herself
right.
in of all the ones that you've studied.
Right, and one other thing that makes her different from the ones that we've studied, which may differentiate her from the ones that get caught, is that there were no clusters or significant increases in patient deaths. And that begs the question, had she not turned herself in, could this have continued? And could there be people engaging in this a total of 8 times over 10 years or 8 years that would not rise to our attention? And, I think that's one of the learning things that we've gotten out of this case.
And in terms of her situation, none of the deaths were viewed as suspicious within the system.
I think there was a little discussion that Pickering's not having an autopsy was a missed opportunity, but then basically, I don't think an autopsy really would have concluded anything. But I think there's a lot of, in hindsight, there were things that now make sense, but at the time, no.
Certainly, a lot of the evidence we've had in this case indicated that no one suspected that there were murders going on, and indeed, none of the families thought that until she came forward.
That's right.
Is that unusual?
No, that is not unusual.
In what context have you seen that before?
In the Beverly Allett case, the families of the patients thought she was such a good and caring nurse that one family made her the godmother of their surviving twin when she had killed the other child with an injection of air. So it is absolutely consistent that people would not have suspected.
Well, we did have evidence in the early part of this inquiry about so-called red flags involving Wetlaufer's behavior. She had addiction and alcohol issues. She had mental health issues. She diverted drugs. Of course, she had poor employment practice and was disciplined for bad employment matters. Do these predict any kind of behavior of inflicting harm on patients?
Not at all. They are sometimes associated. We have seen other healthcare serial killers who have some or all of those things you just listed. However, all of those things predict poor patient care. They don't in any way predict intentional murder.
So what do you define as the difference between what one would call a red flag and a predictor?
A red flag is having a history of Munchausen syndrome, fabricating your credentials, liking to create critical incidents, and being associated with your presence to a discernible increase in adverse patient incidents, including cardiac arrest and death. Those are red flags to me.
So lots of nurses may have mental health issues, for example. That's not an indicator of anything.
It's an indicator that as long as they are managing their mental health issues, sometimes they make some of the best nurses.
Right. And indeed, some of the serial killers may be model employees. Is that not so?
Some of them are considered very good nurses.
And indeed, there was no reason to suspect them for any of these red flags that we mentioned.
Right, not for those.
Give me some examples of that.
Of giving you an example of not suspecting somebody that does have those things.
Somebody who ends up, a model employee who ends up being a serial killer. An otherwise model employee.
Richard Angelo, the nurse who confessed when a patient pointed him out, and his colleagues were stunned because they thought he really was a good nurse, and they didn't even notice an increase in patient deaths or cardiac arrests when he was on duty. So he's an example. Charles Cullen, on the other hand, is an example of a patient who had a history of substance abuse, a history of suicide attempts, a history of personal problems. He had several of the things on your list that Elizabeth Wetlaufer had. But that isn't the reason he was suspected for being a serial killer. Is they found a whole stash of narcotics in the med room when he was done, and there was an increase in patient deaths.
So
So it wasn't.
these red flags it gets back, I'm getting back to your profiling comment. Are these red flags of any value in terms of trying to profile a nurse or healthcare provider who may be inflicting harm on patients?
No.
And in fact, a combination of them.
Even a combination of them.
Right. Well, let's move on to the part of your report that deals with measures to improve patient safety overall. And that's at page 15. And you speak about measures that have been implemented to improve patient outcomes in general that have also had sort of a side benefit of reducing patient harm due to intentional acts. And what sorts of measures are you particularly looking at?
Well, I discussed the Institute of Medicine report. So, unit dose tracking. That means instead of having a bottle of pills and the nurse opens the bottle and pours 2 out to fill the doctor's order, it means that there's either a bubble wrap where each pill is popped out, or in a dispensing machine, the machine, you have to enter your code, you have to request the number of pills or doses, and the machine delivers only that amount. And it is tracking which nurse is withdrawing and which patient it is for. So those are the types of measures that make it much more difficult. However, Charles Cullen, in his confession, did talk about being able to trick the Pyxis machine when he wanted to harm a patient.
On your report, you start talking first about the research of Linda Aiken, A-I-K-E-N, about the relationships between staffing ratios and education of nurses on patient outcomes. This is at page 15.
Right.
Now, how does that come into play in terms of improving, I understand it improves overall patient safety. How does it play into reducing intentional harm?
Again, it's probably a benefit of implementing higher rate or lower ratios of patients to nurses and increasing their education, in that the more colleagues you have that are better educated, the more of a deterrent effect you have on making it more difficult and maybe think longer and harder before intentionally harming a patient. It makes it where you feel like there's more critical thinking around you, more critical eyes, and just more nurses on duty.
And are you saying there's a direct correlation?
No. No, not at all. We do not have the data to support that.
Right, so there's no direct correlation between staffing levels and reducing intentional harm to patients.
None.
Let's talk about reporting criminal events, which you discuss at page 16 of your report. And the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Healthcare Organizations maintaining a database of what they call sentinel events. So what are sentinel events in healthcare institutions?
An unexpected occurrence involving death or serious physical or psychological injury, or the risk of death or serious injury.
And typically, how are these reported and tracked?
It's a voluntary reporting system, and it's entered into the Joint Commission's database.
And why is it important to identify and investigate these sentinel events?
For overall patient safety, for reducing morbidity and mortality in healthcare agencies, and to be a learning organization. It's very linked to continuous quality improvement and that literature and those management practices.
And looking at the full list of them, and the print's pretty small on page 16 of your report, but a lot of them pertain to various...
Well, it's surgical error, removing the wrong limb, leaving instruments inside a body cavity. Again, infant abduction that I mentioned earlier. Medication errors that cause physical harm
So
or death.
they're either deliberate, they're either unintentional, negligent, or natural events.
That's
that
right,
happen.
except for the criminal event, which is on line 2.
Yeah, and I guess suicides.
And suicides, correct.
Right, so criminal events, sentinel events, you say, are reported primarily in hospitals, but they're a fairly small percentage.
They're small, and they, for the most part, I am not aware, and I should probably reach out to Ken Kaiser if he is aware whether any of the healthcare serial killing cases were reported to JACO as a sentinel event. Here, I list the 4. If you go above that table, I list the 4 typical criminal events that are reported that probably account for the vast majority of those numbers, and that's an impersonator, somebody impersonating a physician or a nurse or a pharmacist. Abduction, again, infant abduction is a crime. Sexual assault on a patient within or the grounds of the healthcare facility, and this is whether it's on behalf of a staff member or even another patient. You know, psychiatric facilities and long-term care, and even adolescent treatment facilities, we know that we're liable if there's sexual contact, particularly if it results in a pregnancy. Death or significant injury of a patient or staff member resulting from a physical assault.
That's what we're talking about here.
And many of them are bludgeoning, hitting, pushing, that type of physical injury. I really don't know how many healthcare serial killings fall into the numbers that have been reported.
And these events are reported, you say, predominantly in hospitals, 67%, with only 2% in home care and 1% in long-term care.
Well, the next missing group would be an outpatient and day treatment, day surgery, those kinds of things.
But why such a low report? It's a voluntary system, I understand. Why such a low reporting level in long-term care? At least in, this is a United States study, I
This is in the
assume.
United States, and honestly, I don't know.
Now, you do mention later on that when it comes to medication errors, there's a similar, lesser reporting in long-term care. Again, any reason why, or would you know?
I don't know.
Okay. You talk about specific, there's no specific guidance for healthcare serial killings that the Joint Commission has, but there are measures to reduce criminal acts, and particularly you speak of criminal background checks and drug screening, but in your view, the background checks don't help with serial killers, is that?
Right. In our study of 131 healthcare providers who've been prosecuted for serial murder, less than 5 had criminal backgrounds.
What about these other screens, drug screenings and others?
Again, there's no correlation, and I would be interested in the data that shows what percentage of nurses, period, have a criminal background, because some nurses with a criminal background make the very best nurses.
If they have been rehabilitated.
If they're, exactly.
All right. You then speak about the use of security guards and security cameras, particularly in video monitoring in patient care areas. How do they act as a deterrent in long-term care?
Well, several ways. One is presence of a particular healthcare provider in the proximity, both time-wise and physical-wise, of an adverse patient event. Now, in the case of insulin, it may not have helped that much, but in the most recent case in the United States, in Texas, it was video surveillance that helped catch a nurse who was injecting air embolus, which was causing patients to have strokes. And when they went back and looked at the video that was run in the hall, and mostly to protect patients from falling and for overall security, but it so happened because they had that video surveillance, when patients started stroking out unexpectedly and they had an increase in unexpected deaths, and they looked back at the surveillance, they saw that nurse walking out of the room just a few seconds before the patient coded.
Now, Elizabeth Whitlofer herself had referenced her easy access to insulin and medication rooms, and there was nobody watching and nothing watching her like a camera there. So would surveillance cameras in medication rooms as well as common areas be of assistance?
I think it could be. I have no data to support that.
These are just events that the Joint Commission, suggestions of the Joint Commission. Right. And what about privacy concerns in terms of cameras? We don't want them in the patient rooms
Well, I did an
or
in-depth,
resident
I
rooms,
did
sorry.
an in-depth analysis on that because of the Munchausen syndrome by proxy. And we don't put them in bathrooms, but there is no invasion of constitutionally protected privacy by having
In the United
cameras
States, yes.
in hospital rooms. As a matter of fact, especially if a patient is has memory problems or is in a coma, you want some kind of observation and vigilance. But again, it depends on the agency, it depends on the consent of the families. Do the families want that kind of surveillance in their patient's room? That kind of thing.
Certainly to the extent you're referring to this Joint Commission study, we're talking about common areas and public
Common
areas.
yeah.
Right. And that would include medication rooms, though.
It could.
Well, they're not private areas in that respect. And medication, wherever medication carts may be located, as long as they don't
Yeah,
enter a
and
patient
that's
room.
becoming more and more prevalent, is that the medication's on a roller and rolling computer, and it follows the nurse.
Okay. And you then move on to your discussion of medication error reduction as another one of these general measures to improve patient safety and how it might affect healthcare serial killing. So let's talk about that. You reference a 1999 study, and what has become of that?
It has been the reason behind sweeping changes in medication administration and electronic medical records and dispensing machines and systems, and a lot of resources have been put in to reducing medication errors.
Right. Well, you're saying in the 1999 Institute of Medicine report, titled Terror is Human, there are 45,000 to 98,000 deaths annually in the U.S. due to medication error?
That was published in, that was published in JAMA, and then they did the big Institute of Medicine report that is available to anybody on the website.
Right, and you're saying that has increased patient safety.
It's
And-
also tracked medications, mainly with the intention of reducing error, but with the side effect of tracking medications so that it's much harder to obtain and administer a medication that wasn't intended for a specific patient.
Right. And at page 18, in terms of these changes, you speak of something called a just culture in nursing. How can you describe that to us? And
Well, when the IOM report came out, nurses were the largest group involved in medication errors because that is a big part of their job, is administering medication. And so the profession of nursing looked at itself and said, why are the errors happening? And most of the time, it was absolutely human error. So they said, let's see if we can reduce the opportunity for human error. But at the same time, nurses realized that we treated errors very punitively. That if a nurse made a medication mistake, she'd get a warning, and then the next mistake, she might get suspended, and that was causing nurses not to report. And it was certainly making us blind to what might be the causes. It pushed things underground. So the just culture is no shame, no blame. That we want to encourage people at the first possible opportunity to recognize that they made an error, to troubleshoot, to figure out how did that error occur, and what can we do to make sure it doesn't happen again. Is there a systemic problem?
Right.
And even if it's an individual problem, I just read that wrong or something like that. The idea is to make it useful rather than punitive.
you then go on to discuss the use of electronic medical records and barcode administration for medications. Well, it's going back to the just culture. How does that improve safety in long-term care homes specifically, and the delivery of services in home care?
I don't know if barcode administration systems are
No.
used in long-term
Okay.
care. I do know on the geropsych unit that I'm with students, that they do have the individual computerized units and that there is barcode administration, so that every patient has a wristband with a barcode, every nurse has a code that is theirs, and every medication has a barcode, and you have a little scanner
Right.
so that it tracks the time it was given, and it's a much better tracking accountability system. It means there aren't just lots of medications sitting around to be administered.
Yeah, let me backtrack. I meant how the just culture
Oh,
approach works generally in long-term care as opposed to any other particular care or in home care. Then we'll get the barcodes.
so
Oh, have we lost the feed on our screen, or? Pardon me?
It seems to be a technical issue with the monitors.
There's a technical issue with the monitors in the room? Well, we're not at the moment discussing anything that's on the monitor, so why don't we go back to the question in terms of how the just culture philosophy would work in long-term care and in home care settings?
I honestly don't know how much it's been implemented and rolled out in long-term care. I do know that it is overall taught in nursing wherever nurses work, that we are trying to go to a no shame, no blame. That doesn't mean there isn't discipline, especially for repeated errors. There still should be discipline if people can't remediate. But the idea is we are much more likely to get to a systems failure if people quickly report errors.
So getting back to moving on to the barcode. So you're talking about systems where there is a computerized medication cart, and in order to administer the medication, there is barcoding that involves the patient, the medication itself, and the nurse administering it, or the practitioner administering it.
Yes.
And that is necessary for any medication being administered.
Except for lotion
Yeah.
or eye drops, and even eye drops probably,
Right.
you barcode scan as well.
And how can this be used in terms of deterring healthcare serial killers?
Well, it's just tracking the dose and the person who's administering that dose, and it's limiting the dosages so that you can't double dose or overdose.
And one only has access to the medication if the barcode matches the patient and the...
No, you can still make a
You can
mistake.
still game the system.
Or you can still, but at least the system has recorded if it was not done according to the order.
But if you don't know that it was done because there is no barcoding. We're
Right.
looking at the wet law, for
If you don't-
example.
If you don't have a barcode system, and I don't think insulin really fits too well under the barcode system either, because insulin dosages vary based on what the blood sugar reading is. And so it's a titrated thing, on a daily basis, 3 times a day.
So those systems don't particularly work with uses of
They-
insulin?
There are tighter systems for insulin, but it's not necessarily barcoding.
Mhm. What tighter systems do you have in mind for insulin?
Well, the pens that dial and the double counting, two staff
Right.
checking before administration. It's not foolproof, obviously.
Yeah. And disposable pens are part of that, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I won't get into somebody else's evidence, but actually, we do have the pharmacist coming tomorrow, but pharmacy expert coming tomorrow. But you do say in your report as well that having clinical pharmacists at page 18 accompanying other healthcare providers on patient rounds helps, and how is that?
Well, for the pharmacists to see the real world. I mean, it doesn't mean on every day, but periodically for pharmacists to walk with a nurse while she's administering patient medications gives them an idea of the end user so that they're not just isolated in the pharmacy packaging things.
Well, one thing you do mention at the conclusion of page 18, and let's see if it'll come up now. Oh, it does, yes, that's good. Is a study by Anderson and others that nurses employed in nursing homes scored significantly lower than a national U.S. sample on medication reporting and patient safety measures. To what would you attribute that?
The much higher staffing, many more patients per nurse, to,
in hospitals?
no, in long-term care.
Right.
Many more patients per
Oh,
nurse.
higher staffing,
in
sorry.
in long-term
Yes.
care.
So they don't have time to
Exactly.
report?
And because sometimes an RN is the person in charge, and there's only PSAs or nurses' aides with them, and so there's nobody looking over their shoulder, there's sort of less accountability.
Well, you mentioned fear of liability and disciplinary action. How is that any different in your experience in long-term care as opposed to hospitals?
I think in the hospital, there's a lot more professionals to detect errors. And so, I mean, it's a higher blame and shame environment.
Okay. You say generally since the 1980s, and I'm looking at top of page 19, the overall effect of changes in medication management has made it more difficult to acquire injectable medications?
Yes.
And that is strictly a matter of accounting for it and barcoding and record keeping?
Yes.
Now, in your 2010 article, you and your co-author suggested measures to improve patient safety in response to healthcare serial killers. So we're not talking about general improvements. We're talking about measures that are targeted specifically to deal with the concern of someone who's going to inflict intentional harm with a view to kill. You start by saying healthcare organizations and licensing and accrediting bodies should do more to increase awareness of the phenomenon. And what have you seen in that respect?
We were very disappointed that our 2006 article was not accepted by either JAMA or the New England Journal. And Ken Kaiser even called the editors and said, you know, we think this is a problem, we think it should be out there, we think people should read it and be alarmed. And at least we did get it in the Journal of Forensic Sciences, where when it happens, people look at the literature. But he and I still believe that it should be not after the fact that people think about it. People should be aware that it's a big enough problem to look for red flags.
And how can licensing bodies be involved in that?
Also, to be aware that it does happen.
And by healthcare organizations, who are you referring to? Is that just the employers themselves?
Yeah, we have a very weird system with public, private, semi-private, nonprofit. In the United States, we have a lot of healthcare systems.
Well, so do we in long-term care, it seems, so, I see. And what about educational institutions as well?
Yes, we would like it to at least be included in the curriculum along with patient abuse, elder abuse, child abuse. We'd like to have, and the potential for serial murder in healthcare facilities.
Now, your third point in your 2010 article talks about meaningful information regarding a previous employee should be communicated to prospective employers. Now, what are we talking about there?
At the time of the Joseph Aiken case, that was in the mid-'80s, he got fired from no less than 11 different hospitals in Atlanta, Georgia. And when anybody called for a reference, all that they would say is, yes, he worked here, and here are the dates that he worked. He had fired with a do not rehire in at least 6 hospital files, and that was never communicated. And so things have changed after Charles Cullen, But at the time, hospitals were very afraid that if they gave a bad reference, they could be sued. So that was their practice. That was their standard practice. Just give the dates that they were employed, and that's it.
So Pennsylvania and New Jersey enacted laws to protect hospitals from lawsuits if they provided an honest job evaluation.
Right. And since then, the National Council of State Boards of Nursing has also encouraged employers to give factual information, not malicious information and not speculation, but to give factual information if there are adverse patient events that occur with the presence of a specific nurse.
And what about the role of licensing organizations in respective employment histories?
I'm not sure of the question.
Have you seen licensing organizations, licensing bodies, play a role in terms of
Yes.
employment histories?
If they're aware that adverse patient events occurred with a specific care provider, yes, they'll do an investigation. Absolutely. I do some of those reviews for the California Board. It's just none of them have been deemed to be serial murder.
I understand.
But when there's, a lot of bad patient outcomes, then they get reported and there should be an investigation and hopefully remediation if it's remediatable.
But in terms of information provided to prospective employers,
I don't know.
you've not
the
seen
role-
that?
I just don't know the role of the board.
You've not seen that?
I don't think so.
Right. So if an employee has been, if a nurse has been reprimanded, disciplined, or whatever by a disciplinary body, that information is not public?
Yeah, it is public.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And if a nurse is fired because of patient safety issues, that is communicated to the Board of Nursing.
But it's not necessarily communicated to anyone else.
Right.
You say there should be protection for nursing staff who express concerns about a particular nurse or healthcare provider. These are whistleblower protections, I take it. Have you seen them work effectively?
I have, and I've also seen them where it has ruined a nurse whistleblower's career. She's been fired, she's been harassed by the hospital because the hospital, first of all, wanted to stay out of the media. Second of all, knew that they had not been conducting appropriate surveillance, like death review committee meetings. And so when the nurse reported her suspicions to her bosses, the administrators, they told her not to talk about it. So she reported to the Board of Nursing, and she got fired. So it's those kinds of things. When nurses work in an atmosphere where they're afraid if they express their concerns that they'll be fired or harassed.
Despite whistleblower protections?
Well, sometimes they didn't have them.
So where have you seen them work where they did have them?
It's been more recent, and it's actually evolved since some of these awful cases where both the government and other places publicize. If you see something, say something. You can do it anonymously, or if you're a mandated reporter and you see something that you are mandated to report, you can report this way, and you will not be retaliated against. So
you've actually seen them work, where
I have. I've
where
seen
there have been convictions of healthcare serial killers or prosecutions based on whistleblowers? Have you seen that?
Yes.
You have. And there were no repercussions against the whistleblower?
No, in the case I saw, but that was old.
Oh.
So in the more recent cases, I can't say that I can't cite a case where it was a whistleblower and they did not have repercussions. I do know that there are more mechanisms in place now so that they can report.
You also mentioned healthcare agencies and employers developing consensus guidelines for managing suspicious situations. So what do you mean by that?
Where people agree. It may not be perfect, but at least we will agree on the top 3 things that we should do when somebody says they suspect that patients are either being harmed or that, and in some cases, it could be totally innocuous. They thought they were dealing with Legionnaire's disease in one of the CDC investigations, until the data showed that it was presence of a specific nurse that correlated with the patient sicknesses. And it wasn't something in the air ducts, or it wasn't a bad batch of medications. So there's a lot of times there are clusters of adverse patient outcomes that are not linked to a healthcare serial killer. But you still want to have guidelines for how to approach it.
Right, and these include defining the circumstances and thresholds for reporting and procedures.
Correct.
But you have to actually suspect patient harm of some kind.
Yes. And I go over the circumstances that should alert you to intentional harm. So, and that is, presence with a specific care provider, and when to report to public health, licensing, or law enforcement. A lot of times nurses are very much discouraged from directly reporting to law enforcement.
And moving on to page 20, the next thing you reference is hiring and employment practices to protect patients from, or residents in long-term care, from criminal behavior by nurses. And you reference various applicant reference systems and so on. But isn't this a form of profiling?
No.
And why is it not?
Well, if you've got a history of discipline actions where you've been abusive to a patient, that's, I don't think that's profiling.
That's more than a red flag.
Yeah.
Okay. But you speak of an article on, actually in Ontario, I think it's a Canadian article, I believe it's an Ontario article, on nursing supervisors' perceptions of monitoring discipline orders. I assume that means discipline orders from the College of Nurses.
Right.
And there's a survey of almost 3,000 nurses in managerial leadership roles, and, who found that while 90% believe remediation was necessary to help a nurse return to safe practice, only 18% said they would hire a nurse subject to a disciplinary order. So how do you deal with that situation?
You empower and encourage nursing administrators and even team leaders, charge nurses, to understand the steps of remediation, to work with and supervise nurses who, either through error, negligence, or lack of knowledge, their practice could be improved. The whole goal is we want to have every nurse be the best that they can be. And for the most part, every nurse wants to be the best that they can be. But there are a lot of constraints to that, whether it's personal problems or lack of education or not keeping current in training. So if nurses' first reaction is, ooh, I don't want that responsibility, then we're probably missing out on the opportunity to have a lot of nurses return to safe patient care and improve patient care.
Now, you speak of page 21, first of measures to detect medication diversion, and we'll deal with that, of course, with our next witness. But what have you seen in terms of measures to detect medication diversion in your practice that you're teaching in the United States?
That it can be very helpful. And I mainly see this in my role working with the California Board of Nursing, that a printout comes monthly and it will say, be alert to nurse ABC because they've checked out 20 more narcotics this month than the average nurses on that floor, and they've wasted 50% more narcotics than the average nurses on that floor. So it's a very nice computerized printout that triggers an investigation. It could be nothing funky going on, but it could be worth looking into. And then once they review the patient records, sometimes they'll come up with evidence that the patient actually did not receive, or that the medication that was wasted, the nurse had just gone to the bathroom and come back with a clear liquid, and you couldn't tell if it was water or if it was actually the medication.
I want to move to the area that you were discussing this morning in greater detail, middle of page 21. And that is the nursing leader's recommendation, I assume that's the literature you studied, about maintaining routine data collection following death and adverse incidents.
Right.
And specifically, you list a lot of data in terms of not just time and date and type of patient, but medications, toxicology results, where there often aren't toxicology results. Are you saying there should be toxicology for every death?
I'm saying that it is prudent, if it is a sudden demise, to draw blood and or toxicology. Even, and Elizabeth Wetlaufer said this herself, she knew that, and I forget which patient it was, that she had injected, who was now having seizures. She and the aide were both caring for a patient who was in an acute toxic state of hypoglycemia. But she fabricated to the nurse's aide that she had drawn a blood sugar level, because she knew that when a patient is in a crisis, you want to establish what might be the cause and draw blood and toxicology screens.
This is while they're still alive.
Yes, or shortly thereafter.
Well, shortly thereafter, I put it to you, might be a little problematic in terms of consent and other issues. That's the evidence we've had to date. So is that your practice in the United States? I mean, here it's been a problem.
It has not been, it's not been barred as evidence.
I understand. But there are results that can be obtained while the patient's still alive if there's an
Yes.
event going on. And you talk about the body systems involved. Again, I assume that's while the patient's still alive.
Yes.
Comorbidities and whether the death was was unexpected. Now, you've seen some of the evidence we've had earlier in terms of the forms that have to be filled out when a
Right.
patient dies. I'm sure others will ask you about it. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
I'm talking about a lot more detail than that.
Okay, in what sense?
So, if it's a patient with chronic and deteriorating Alzheimer's, was the death related to a recent hip fracture? Because that sometimes is what, or was it pneumonia? If so, why was there pneumonia at this time? Just get a handle on sudden and unexpected is so broad and unspecific, and it did not provide guidance to Elizabeth or some of the nurses she worked with.
I'm just looking at your final paragraph on page 21 because you talk generally about patients in long-term care expected to live their lives in that setting, or residents, as we call them. Doesn't mean that all the deaths are expected, and nurses have to be educated regarding what constitutes a good death, in quotes. So can you define that concept for us?
I thought I had, but I can continue to do that. We haven't dealt as a society sufficiently with planning for and ensuring that patients and families have the best possible death. And the more that we describe, as you bring your loved one to a long-term care facility who has dementia and who may be aggressive, you have the discussion of, how much should we treat them if they have pneumonia? This is the kinds of things that your loved one will probably die of. To just work with, the first 200 deaths that a nurse works with in a long-term care facility, to have people say, of those 200, how many of them were from this? How many of them were from this? How many of them took care over 3 days, over 2 days, whatever? Just be describing that so that things that are not expected are more visible.
And are you thinking of some sort of checklist to be in place for all deaths in long-term care?
I'd leave that up to the coroners and maybe up to the data system of long-term care. I'm sure that there is tracking. I'm just not sure that it is useful enough for families and patients.
In terms of the questions that are being asked?
And in terms of really knowing what sudden and unexpected is. Because right now, there was a whole bunch of different interpretations. Some people said no death in long-term care is sudden and unexpected. And other people said, well, death by insulin overdose is kind of sudden and unexpected.
Well, we didn't even know there was an insulin overdose.
There were some people who said it was a sudden and unexpected.
Right. Without,
Patient was walking around.
without saying why.
Right, without knowing why.
Right. And what about home care settings? How do you define education regarding a good death in that
I
kind of
think people do a
setting?
lot better, certainly with cancer patients. With patients who have a terminal illness, the hospice community and the hospice education is sort of the role model that we want to look at, because they do talk about how do you have a good death and how to talk about it and how to plan for it, and how to ensure to the best of our ability that that would happen for every patient with a terminal illness. Where it gets tricky is long-term care when you're not terminally ill.
And home care?
And home care.
When you're not terminally ill? How would that sort of circumstance be dealt with in the terms of the lens that you're looking at for looking at what is a good death? And in a long-term care home, you have the staff, the facility, the hierarchy, the medical hierarchy, and so on to deal with it.
In home care, it falls much, much more to the families.
And they should be involved in this data collection?
Well, they should be involved in what is sudden and unexpected. If they have hired a home care practitioner and they suspect that the death was sudden and unexpected, then they should alert somebody.
And in that analysis of looking at what constitutes a good death, what is the role, if any, of medical practitioners and coroners?
You mean physicians?
Physicians,
And coroners.
Yeah.
Well, I think coroners have, as they've discussed, they have a public health role. For example, coroner data has helped us reduce drownings and accidental deaths of children, have helped us understand SIDS, have helped us, with so much preventative and health understanding. And physicians, I think, absolutely have a role. And Atul Gawande's book is now required reading in pretty much all medical education, which talks about how the medical system has failed people by not recognizing that a good death is part of life.
are you deal with page 22 of your report. You did put in the quote about the reduction of healthcare serial killing in the United States, and one of the reasons why being electronic medical records and other factors. But you do say at the end that not all healthcare serial killings can be prevented.
Yes, if we can go to that last paragraph.
Yeah, I'm taking you to the last.
Absolutely. So as we tighten surveillance, as we implement measures to deter healthcare serial killings, there are still people who are so clever and so determined that they will evade the current system in place, very much like terrorists. You know, as much as we try to prevent terrorism and deter terrorism, it does still occur in spite of all of the measures that we put in place. And the recent case in Texas, 2 recent cases, they didn't even use medication. They didn't use insulin, they didn't use potassium chloride, they used air, injecting air into a patient to cause strokes, and bleach into dialysis patients as part of their dialysis to kill patients. So we don't even have the systems in place to barcode air and bleach.
And we won't. But you're saying not everything can be prevented, but there are many steps that can be taken.
Yes.
So just to conclude my questioning for this morning, and it's not in your report, but you've covered a lot of territory in your report. And for this inquiry, having seen all the evidence to date and heard and read a lot of the testimony and the facts of what's occurred here, you've covered a lot of territory. But what are your 3 key takeaway recommendations or suggestions? Recommendations is the wrong term for this commission. If you had to concentrate on 3 top areas, I know that's difficult because we've covered a lot of territory, but.
Well, I would definitely say that the medication tracking, and I understand you will have an expert talk about that tomorrow. I would say the quantifying and educating all healthcare providers as to what is an expected, normal, or a good death, and what is an atypical or abnormal death. And then having just routine, no judgment, data collected that will show spikes in abnormal, atypical deaths, both within an agency and from one agency to another. And then the last thing is encouraging and educating this whole culture of if you see something, say something. You won't be fired, you won't be punished, there's protections so that you won't be retaliated against. It's actually your duty. If you see something, say something, and report if you suspect that intentional harm is occurring to patients.
Well, thank you, Professor Yorker. Those are my questions. Commissioner, I'm in your hands as to whether we start with the families at this point or whether we take a lunch break now. So.
All right. Well, perhaps, Mr. Van Kralingen, what's your preference on this?
I have no preference, whatever your preference is.
Thank you. Well, I think perhaps then, if you would, I would encourage you to start now. Thank you.
I can also tell you that Mr. Scott is in the building. He's just not in the room right now. So
Yes, thank you very much.
I expect he'll pop in after me. Professor Yorker, my name is Alex Van Kralingen. I am one of the lawyers representing one of the family groups here. Mr. Scott, who's representing the other family group, will be asking you questions next. I'm not sure if you were here for the Commissioner's introduction, but all of us have actually relatively limited time with you, and so I'm going to be asking discrete questions, and I might be bouncing around a little more than Mr. Ziegler did. My first question deals with just broadly the phenomenon of healthcare serial killers. It appears that we've known about this phenomenon for almost 50 years, and so to a certain extent, the phenomenon itself is not new. Would you agree with that proposition?
Yes.
And I wanted to be clear from your testimony earlier today, are you suggesting that although in the United States the frequency is dropping, what is the frequency what's happening to the frequency worldwide? Has it been growing since your 2006 report?
So if we can refer to page.
Lift the mic, please. Okay, lift the mic more, or that looked like it
No,
did it?
apparently I muted the mic with my phone.
I see, thank you.
Page 6,
That too.
toward the top.
Yes.
Okay, so if you look at the raw numbers of prosecutions, which is the larger number, there were 5 in the 70s, 16 in the 80s, 25 in the 90s, 60 in the 2000s. From 2010 to 2018, so far, we're not on par. Whereas 25 is a bit lower. So the way that I conceptualize this is that healthcare technology, having an increased technological healthcare system, first of all, it makes it easier to get away with injecting patients with IV injectable medications. It
Yes.
makes it easy to engage in healthcare serial killing first.
Yes.
So you see the uptick. Then healthcare technology starts clamping down and putting in safeguards and responding, and so you see a decline. But it goes in kind of waves.
I understand. That actually dovetails into my next question. It appears that many of the recommendations you've got are somewhat capital intensive. The idea that we need to spend resources on technology, we need to spend resources on certain capital improvements to locations, we may even need to expend resources on more staffing, and that as a, not as a direct consequence, but perhaps as an unintended benefit of that. Aside from the patient care benefits, an unintended benefit of that is perhaps lessening the frequency of these healthcare serial killers. Would you agree with that proposition?
Absolutely.
I read all of your articles in advance of today that were appended to your report, and to dovetail on a question that Mr. Ziegler asked, it seems that my impression is that you are critical that many people in many countries are not taking the prevention and detection of healthcare serial killers seriously enough.
I wouldn't say I'm critical. I want to educate people. I think the more you understand it, the more there is a natural, it's like child abuse, you know?
Right.
Unless you start counting it, unless you start making people aware this isn't okay, first of all, you don't see it. Then when you say it's not okay, then you start seeing it and you start reporting it. So I'm not critical that it's not as detected. I'm just trying to help enlighten them.
Maybe I'll just rephrase my questions. Do you have any insights as to why people seem not to be taking this seriously enough?
No.
During the course of your conversation with Mr. Ziegler earlier today, and in one of your reports, a few of your reports actually, you discussed the situation in the U.S. state of Georgia, where I believe there was a series of unexplained cardiovascular incidents that led to that particular facility placing restrictions on the use of potassium chloride.
Right.
And my recollection from reading it is that those restrictions were that potassium chloride had to be signed out. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that there would be a routine checking of potassium levels in the blood of anyone who had a cardiovascular incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, I anticipate tomorrow we're going to be hearing from an expert talking about insulin being deemed a high alert medication, something that is not a narcotic per se or controlled per se, but rather a non-narcotic that is more likely to cause harm if it's used improperly. And you discussed how the use of insulin in these sorts of killings is on the rise. And I'm wondering if you believe that the same sort of restrictions that you discussed in that Georgia circumstance surrounding potassium chloride would be helpful with respect to the distribution of insulin in long-term care facilities.
I think some of those precautions, the problem with insulin is that it's a variable dose each and every time you give it based on what the blood sugar reading is. And so you have to have the ability to not pre-measure or restrict if you need to go higher than what the dose was yesterday. Does that make sense? It has to be a variable dose system. Now, having 2 nurses check insulin is standard practice. But as Elizabeth Wetlaufer pointed out, yeah, they check it in the med room, and then nobody's there when I go to the room and possibly dial it up.
There can't be a double check if a nurse is working all alone for the whole evening. Is that fair to say?
But that is fair to say.
Do you believe that the idea of signing out insulin could perhaps assist in providing some sort of a deterrence to those who would want to be wrongdoers by using insulin to inject for the purposes of killing?
I really don't have an opinion on that because opiates are signed out, and yet they are sometimes used.
In the latter part of your conversation, I'm jumping around to a different topic now. In the latter part of your conversation with Mr. Ziegler, you were talking about the idea of creating a uniform understanding of what is a normal or typical death. Where would we obtain that understanding? I just want to develop his conversation with you a bit more. One of the challenges you've noted is that for coroners, for those who work in the facilities, they seem to have different opinions of what was an unexpected death. From my impression of your report, you think that we can come to a common understanding of what would be deemed to be a normal or typical death in a long-term care environment. My question to you is, what resources would we draw on to find that definition of a normal or typical death? That's my first question, actually. Let's start with that.
Well, I would refer readers to Atul Gawande's book because he has raised this uncomfortable societal issue in the course of medical practice and medical education. It's a compelling read. It's Being Mortal. And he talks about how we deny death. If a patient gets sick, we just treat. We just keep throwing the next intervention without consideration of that you can treat to death. And that's not how patients would choose to go.
Right.
So there is literature in midwifery. They now talk about midwives for the dying because nurses have had a huge impact in making childbirth a family-centered experience and not a medical event. And midwives are now, and hospice workers are now talking about that same caring at the end of life. Make it a family event, not a medical event.
And so, considering that the commissioner is going to be writing a report that's going to be drawn on by policymakers, I'm wondering if you are aware of other jurisdictions that have done anything to implement a common understanding within their jurisdiction of what would constitute a normal or typical death in a long-term care environment. And if you are aware of that, how has that information been distributed to healthcare organizations, coroners, anybody?
I am not aware of that.
You talked about the significance of these crimes occurring during the evening or night shift and that that is not an uncommon occurrence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware of any studies correlating higher staffing ratios during these evening and night shifts to to lesser incidents of healthcare workers intentionally trying to kill patients?
No.
I want to get a better understanding of your thoughts as to the relationship between staffing levels and mortality. My understanding from your report is that the lower the patient-to-staff ratio, the better the mortality rate. Is that fair to say?
Well, that's Aiken's research. It's being challenged as we speak. So there's now a study that was just published saying that California, that has a mandated nurse-patient ratio, has no better morbidity mortality outcomes than a neighboring state that doesn't have a mandated ratio. So that literature is being challenged, but overall, Linda Aiken and her team, which have gone global, they've been able to really quantify that a better educated nurse and a lower nurse-patient ratio is correlated with improved patient outcomes.
I want to talk about the phenomenon of falsification. Are you suggesting that falsifying just simply one's credentials, or rather other elements of a person's work history, is more commonly found in healthcare serial killers?
I am suggesting that it is more commonly found in healthcare serial killers than in the nurses at large.
I suppose I'll make my question more precise. Is it just the issue of credentials, or is it other things relating to someone's work history?
It's other things.
From what I read, you see a role in robust human resources practices to try and identify such falsification. Is that fair to say?
Well, certainly to do checks of diplomas. Now, if somebody goes to the great lengths of actually falsifying a diploma, but you should get the diploma directly from the university. I mean, that's standard practice. As an employer, I make sure that I get it in a sealed envelope from the educational institution, request a transcript.
And I appreciate that. What I'm sort of veering towards, though, is that my understanding is that you are critical of healthcare facilities who do not provide substantive and honest references for past employees. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I am critical of those hospitals in Atlanta who had fired Joe Aiken and put a do not rehire in his file. And when their neighbor hospital down the road called up the first hospital, they said, all I can tell you is the dates he worked here. Yes, I am critical of that.
You'll note that in Ms. Wetlaufer's case, there were two circumstances where she was fired by a healthcare facility and her union launched a grievance in both of those cases. In both cases, the grievances were settled on the basis of Ms. Wetlaufer's departure being reclassified as a resignation, should a future employer ask. Are those sorts of agreements, do those sorts of agreements cause any concern to you?
Not necessarily.
Why?
Well, in her case, she was honest. She said, I got fired from the last job, even though she had a letter that didn't say she was fired, said she had resigned. But she had told several of her subsequent employers that she had been let go. So that specifically. But sometimes nurses can get fired because they have political disagreements with the employer. Sometimes they can get fired for being a whistleblower. That has happened in some of these cases. And so I think that there is a role for making sure that accurate, truthful, agreed upon information of adverse patient outcomes, that be conveyed to future employers, but not necessarily the firing, or because sometimes that would, if you did that for every nurse, there'd be a lot of good nurses.
And if there were, in that circumstance,
I'd get fired.
if they're in that circumstance where a nurse has a series of adverse patient outcomes that sort of crescendo to their termination, and the former employer is barred from mentioning that, but rather saying that she voluntarily departed, do you believe that that's a concern for any future employer who may want to draw on her work history?
Yeah, as you described that exactly, yes, that would be a concern for a future employer.
I'm almost done. I just want to talk about some of the technology that you mentioned. Thank you. Then I am almost done. Some of the technology you mentioned. You mentioned something called an automated syringe filling device, and that's the first time I've heard that phrase, and I'm obviously not someone in the medical field. Do you have a sense of what that is and how that may or may not be applicable to the world of insulin?
I am not sure did I say that?
Yeah, for sure you did.
I was
It's
talking
at page
about
18. We can look at it together.
Okay.
If you don't know, you don't know, and that's fine.
Okay.
The second last paragraph on page 18. The second sentence says, these, you talk about additional changes that can decrease medication errors. These include...
Okay, I got that from an article. I am not familiar with those devices, so I really can't speak to that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Krellingen. Is Mr. Scott coming in?
I'll see if I can find it.
Thank you. It's 22.
Striding confidently down the hall.
Wanted to make a grand entrance.
Morning, Mr. Scott. I guess it's afternoon.
In an effort not to interfere with the proceedings, I stayed outside the room, and now I've done exactly what I was trying not to do.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm Paul Scott, and I do represent one of the family groups here, and I do have a few questions for you this morning, well, this afternoon. You've been asked about this, and you spoke about it earlier. In your report at page 15, you quoted the study in which every one additional patient added to a nurse's workload results in a 7% increase in hospital mortality. Now, you had told my friend, Mr. Krellingen, there's another report out in California that may dispute that finding. Is that correct?
Not dispute all of the research, because it's very credible. But, right, there is new literature that I would encourage people to look at regarding exactly what a patient-nurse ratio does in terms of mortality when it's regulated.
Are you familiar with that literature and what it says?
Which one, Aikens or the
one
recent
that's sort of the most recent one.
The most recent one, honestly, it was on my news feed. I skimmed through it.
Okay. So it may not completely refute what's been
Exactly.
quoted here. Okay. Do you believe there's good data being collected regarding serial killers in a home care setting?
No,
Is there any data really being collected on serial killers in a home care setting?
just us.
So you are the authority on it at this point?
I don't know if I'm the authority, but I don't know of anybody else that's collecting home health
Okay.
serial killers.
So you couldn't direct the commissioner to any other studies on that issue?
Other than the healthcare serial killer studies, which include home health.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, would you say that your findings are applicable to a Canadian system? I know we have a different system than the US. I don't know how our system compares to Germany, the UK, other countries, but would you say that the findings are applicable here?
I think they are. I think it's worthy of mention that when we look at the countries and we look at the numbers, Canada only has 2 prosecutions and 1 conviction in the 40-plus years we've been looking at this. Compared to, given your population, compared to some much smaller countries like Belgium, which has 7, I can't draw any conclusions from that, but
Do you have any thoughts why? I understand as a professor you may not want to draw a full conclusion, but do you have any thoughts as to why it's so low?
no, I encourage you all to think about that.
Oh, thank you very much. And would you say that you talked earlier, there have been improvements that have been made in tracking drugs in our hospitals and in our long-term care facilities? For example, using the EMAR system, correct? Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, is anything like that happening in a home care setting?
I think it is beginning. I do not know to what extent, and I do not know to what extent in Canada.
But you,
I do know that there are bubble packs, and that's not an EMAR, but that's nevertheless a tracking system.
okay. And you're aware that in the home care system, very often the medications are available to anybody who walks into the home, correct?
Into the med room.
Well, I beg your pardon, I mean in a home care setting. So
Oh,
if
in
a
the
person's
home.
sent home and they have medications, those medications in the home might be available to anybody, whereas in a hospital or in a long-term care facility, they would be locked up, correct?
Correct. In
And-
home care, they are available to nurses' aides, to family caregivers, to anybody that came into the home.
And to the best of my knowledge, it's a very unregulated system. Do you have any different information on that?
Other than pharmacies, like for controlled substances, there's a lot of opiates out there in hospice care in the home, that pharmacies do track unused medication. They have certainly disposing safety. So there's some tracking in home care.
Sure. And when you've mentioned hospice earlier, are those medications tracked in a hospice the way they're tracked in a long-term care facility?
I don't know.
And you may or may not have thoughts on my next question, But if we're doing a better job of identifying, tracking potential serial killers in hospitals and long-term care facilities, is it possible that that is driving those bad actors out of those facilities, let's say into a home care setting?
It is possible.
And have you found any evidence of that yet in your research? Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. So if my watch is right, it's about 1:45. I'm not, who's up next on cross?
The facilities are, Ms. Corrente would be next.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Corrente would be, the facilities
Okay,
are
yes,
next.
thank you. And Ms. Corrente, how long do you think you might be?
A few minutes.
So unless there's a problem, I would be very happy if we would carry on. Are you all right with that? Okay.
Good afternoon, Professor Yorker. My name is Lisa Corrente. I act on behalf of one of the facilities, and I only have a few questions for you. I know that you've given a lot of evidence about this phenomena globally, and I kind of want to drill down to Canada, if we can. And you mentioned this in the past few minutes. So just to confirm, of the 131 prosecutions of healthcare providers globally since the 1970s, only 2 of them have happened in Canada. Is that correct?
Yes, and only one conviction.
Right. And you had mentioned that there were some isolated cases before the 1970s. To your knowledge, were any of those in Canada?
No.
Okay. And of the 2 in Canada, the one that resulted in no conviction, that was a hospital case.
Yes.
So from what we can see based on your research is that there is only one case in Canadian history that involves a murder or assault of patients within a long-term care home.
Correct.
And that would be the Wetlaufer case.
Correct.
So is it fair to say then, actually I'll back up. So if we take these 2 cases and compare them against the 131, they actually represent less than 0.5% in Canada of healthcare serial killings. If I'm doing the math. Okay. So it's good on us in terms of statistics. And you said given our population, that's actually, in fact, a very low incidence rate.
Very low.
And so you'd agree with me that this phenomenon of serial killers is not particularly prevalent in Canada.
Correct.
And if we take Wetlaufer as the only case in long-term care, you would agree that this is an isolated case, an anomaly for long-term care facilities in Canada.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Well, if it's only one case, why would you not call it an isolated case?
Because we know that it does happen. We know that there are probably not enough mechanisms right now in place to detect it if it was going on in long-term care.
But since the Wetlaufer case, we are not aware of any other cases in Canada involving health care serial killings and particularly long-term care.
We are not at this point.
And you did say in your report that there has been evidence of this phenomenon on the rise in long-term care, but you would agree that given that we have one case in Canada, there's not really evidence to say that it's on the rise in Canadian long-term care homes.
It's doubled.
Well, in that there was no case before and now there's only one.
Exactly.
Right, but since Wetlaufer, I mean, there's no evidence that this is something that's on the rise.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
You have evidence to suggest that it's on the
I'm
rise?
saying the Wetlaufer case happened since our 2006 study.
So, in turning to some of the recommendations you made, I only have a few questions about a particular recommendation and a red flag, I suppose, and that's with respect to falsifying credentials. And you said that that's something that is more commonly found as a factor in convicted healthcare serial killers.
Yes.
So specifically in this case, we know that Elizabeth Wetlaufer omitted her work history at Geraldton Hospital when applying for employment in at least one case. And you may be aware that it was at Geraldton where she stole the Ativan and used it for herself and had an overdose while at work. Would you compare such an omission on a resume as, would you compare it to falsifying credentials?
No.
And why is that?
Because, as I mentioned, sometimes nurses who are whistleblowers, patient advocates, doing well-intended things, not hurting patients, might run afoul of a facility's administration and get let go, get fired for those reasons. And omitting that might be understandable.
And in terms of your evidence with respect to there being legislation in place that would provide an immunity, we will call it, to employers who give honest information to prospective employers, have you any data in terms of how effective that's been in those jurisdictions?
Other than the overall decline, and certainly none of those jurisdictions have had any more healthcare serial killers since the 2006 study and our recommendations.
And that would be the data which would suggest its effectiveness, in your opinion.
That's a reach. I would say draw your own conclusions from the data.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Corrente.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David Golden. I'm here for one of the facilities, and we've been all very strictly warned not to try and cover ground that other council have covered, so I'm going to just pick up on a couple of points. Ms. Corrente asked you about a potential significance of an omission regarding, in the Wettlaufer case, what happened at the Geraldton Hospital. I'm curious, we've heard some evidence at the inquiry about requirements for registered nurses to file licensing data every year. If a nurse fails to disclose in response to a question on a form that she had a prior incident with a regulatory body that caused her practice to be affected or restricted, would you view that differently than the omission on the resume?
Yes. Absolutely. I would consider that fraudulent.
And in the jurisdictions that you're familiar with in the United States, if the governing body is aware that a termination of an RN has occurred because of suggestion that a resident or a patient has been put at risk, is the fact of that report itself made available to the public or prospective employers?
It is through the Board of Nursing. That fact would be reported to the Board of Nursing. They would engage in the investigation, and they would be the ones to make it public, and not the employer. Is
there in the jurisdictions that you're familiar with an obligation to make that kind of report public even before an investigation has been concluded?
No, and in fact, in the Cullen case, there were several lawsuits that almost tried to impose a duty to warn on some of the healthcare facilities, and those did not pan out.
Okay. And if an investigation has occurred and there's no specific conditions or restrictions put on a registered nurse's ability to practice, is that something that is still, that information publicly accessible to a future employer who's making an inquiry of the regulatory body, to the best of your knowledge?
I don't know.
All right. And is that a practice that, do you have a view on whether that's helpful or not in terms of providing information to prospective employers?
And you said with no restriction?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Some of the other council have asked you about this notion of how do we deal with trying to find a common definition, an understanding of what is sudden and unexpected or a suspicious death in long-term care. Can you point us to some jurisdictions where there's been interdisciplinary work on that very issue?
It's less jurisdictional. It's much more philosophy and healthcare system. For example, I'm a member of the Kaiser healthcare system. It's one of the first HMOs. It's prevention-based. It's being looked at now in the United States as a good and cost-effective system because it is prevention-based. And I know that their whole interdisciplinary team has very strong palliative care philosophy. And so I trust that that group, and Kaiser is a national HMO. Do I trust that with some of the university-based healthcare centers? No, because I think the more you have, let's put all the interventions necessary, let's deny that this person's going to die, let's just keep treating them until they're, have no quality of life. So I think it's very much a philosophy that comes from the top down of the agency rather than jurisdiction by jurisdiction.
But are you suggesting that an organization like Kaiser has specifically created a definition of what would be a sudden and unexpected death?
I don't know that.
In your measures to improve patient safety, which are discussed at page 19 of the report, it refers back to the 2010 article. And the very first point that you make is that accrediting bodies and healthcare organizations and licensing agencies should do more to increase awareness of this phenomena. Are you aware of, can you point us to some curriculum development on this issue that has been a response to your report that has been used, in your view, successfully in the healthcare context to raise this level of awareness?
It's mostly the Association of Nurse Executives, the AONE literature, and I have several footnotes that go to that.
Okay.
On page 20, the guiding principles to protect patients from reckless behavior. All of this is available online, and I applaud the nurse executives for taking this on as an issue that their group is trying to help educate other nurse executives about.
And are you aware of state boards that oversee the long-term care sector, for example, and regulatory bodies that regulate nurses and certify them? Have they been involved in this kind of work, to your knowledge, this kind of education?
The National Council was involved during the late 90s in the wake of the Cullen case, yes, with the Hospital Association along with the nurse executives. It was and the Medical Association. So there were several bodies. I do not know, other than working with Ken Kaiser on our 2010 publication, he still felt there was a lot that needed to be done.
You also talk about, as an example, the Pennsylvania and New Jersey laws that were enacted to protect hospitals from lawsuits for providing honest job evaluations and work histories. Has there been any follow-up study to see how that's working, how it's been received?
Not that I'm aware of.
And do you have any views as to why that hasn't been copied in the other 48 states? Or?
To be honest, I think it is happening more in the other 48 states. And when I speak to risk management groups and I speak to agencies, particularly risk management, that are concerned about this, we all agree that the costs of a wrongful reference is in the six figures. The costs of wrongful deaths as a result of hiring a person who's been associated with adverse patient incidents is in the millions. And so we just talk about risk-benefit analysis, giving a good reference, giving a bad reference, as long as it's not malicious, even it's defensible.
And can you point us to any of those studies as to how this is, that the law has been challenged, how it's working?
I have no studies on that.
You also talk in page 19 of your report, in terms of measures to improve patient safety, about consensus guidelines. And that was an interesting part of the 2010 article. Is that, do you have samples of these consensus guidelines? Have they actually been developed?
That is a good question, and I have not specifically followed up with Ken Kaiser to ask him. He was at the National Quality Forum for several years. He is no longer in that role. He's now at a university. So I don't even know if he knows.
Right. So since 2010 until today, you're not in a position to tell us whether these guidelines have actually been developed or put into use?
I am not.
Now, the you mentioned the American Organization of Nursing Executives, and you did attach a tab I, their guiding principles. And they suggested at page 5 of that report, a sample applicant reference form. And are you aware, or do you have examples of actual ones that are in use?
I do not.
Page 87.
It's page 87 in our database.
Front page.
And then it's, the actual sample reference form is at page number 91.
I am familiar with quite a few agency employment forms and reference forms, and certainly many of my students sign a waiver that says you can call my, my professor or my prior employer and get a confidential reference.
And do you have any, this was a 2011 document, do you have any data on the extent to which this kind of form is actually in use?
Only anecdotal evidence from my students and from lawsuits that I'm sometimes involved in.
The last question I want to ask you has to do with tab J in your report, which is the Canadian study, the Canadian paper. And in the very first sentence, you'll see, that's at page number 92.
One after the blue farms.
There we go.
You'll see that it says, employers are uniquely situated to assist regulators by monitoring nurses practicing with conditions and restrictions resulting from a discipline order by a regulator. And the other council have talked about that reluctance and so on. I'm curious if you have a view as to what happens, though, after the conditions and restrictions have ceased. If those conditions no longer apply and the restrictions no longer apply, is it still a relevant issue for a prospective employer?
I would think so.
And do you have a view as to how that would or should be communicated?
Yes, you can say, this nurse demonstrated above and beyond these following factors in remediating. Or you can say, at this point, this nurse is up to baseline. However, be aware that this prior event happened to cause the discipline order and the restrictions.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golden. So looking at the time, this might be an appropriate thing. Have you had a chance to talk to council and decide whether 1 hour or 1 hour and 15 minutes is appropriate for lunch?
I think we can work on an hour and 15 minutes today.
An hour, yes, I think so. It's our first day back after a long time. So 1 hour and 15 minutes, Madam Clerk, you'll calculate that for me. I know, thank you.
This public inquiry is on lunch until 2:15. This public inquiry is now resumed. Please be seated.
Go ahead, Ms.
Bambers next.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bambers, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Professor Yorker. I'm representing the province of Ontario, including the Ministry of Health and the Office of the Chief Coroner, as well as the Office of Forensic Pathology Services. And I have a few questions for you today. Now, you advised us that you have a nursing degree, but I want to clarify if you have a forensic nursing degree,
No.
and there is such a designation in the U.S.?
A few programs have a Master of Forensic Nursing. There are quite a few certificates, but it's not one of the larger categories or specialties.
All right, and you don't have any of those certificates?
Correct.
And in your report, on your first page, you indicate that you've written 40 articles on Munchausen by proxy, serial murders in the healthcare and forensic nursing topics. And I just wanted to clarify that only some of those related to serial murder?
Correct, among other topics.
Okay.
Those are the majority of them.
And by my count, is four of those 40 related to serial murder?
There may be a fifth, but that four, yeah, 4 is good.
All right, thank you. And you talked about your methodology and that you reviewed the cases from LexisNexis and what other sources you could get. And I imagine that you used your law degree background for that. What?
I used my law degree, I used my master's degree, which looks at survey research and quantitative methods.
All right. And did you practice law in the U.S.?
One day. I did have, I passed the Georgia bar, and I had an active license, but most of my career has been nursing and teaching.
All right. And you didn't keep up your license. You're not licensed to practice in Georgia as a lawyer or an attorney.
I'm inactive in Georgia, and I did not take the California bar.
All right. So you're not qualified as a lawyer in the U.S. or Canada?
Correct.
And in terms of nursing, you've never practiced nursing in Ontario?
Never in Canada.
On page 9 of your report, this is the section where you raise at the bottom of the page. You indicate there's reasons for concern about potential abuse in long-term care and home care settings for the following reasons. And one of those reasons is less oversight and more independence of nursing staff. And I just want to clarify a few points. So are you saying that less oversight and more independence applies to both long-term care and home care?
Yes.
All right. And what do you mean by less oversight? Do you mean like less direct supervision of the nurse?
I mean, more than that. Yes, less direct supervision, less ancillary personnel. So in a hospital, you'll have respiratory therapists coming in and out. You'll have dietitians. You'll have a variety of interdisciplinary staff. It's a hustling, bustling place with a lot of people. And when you get to long-term care, there are less daily opportunities for interaction, less people going in and out of patients' rooms, just less eyes of credentialed people. And in home care, it's very often solo activity.
All right. And in terms of oversight then, I assume you're not talking about regulation of the industry in terms of how much a government might inspect or regulate a long-term care home,
No,
because you have no experience in that.
no.
And you wouldn't know how the regulation of long-term care homes in Canada differs from all the other jurisdictions where healthcare serial killing may have taken place?
I don't know the differences. I am aware that the Long-Term Care Homes Act is very comprehensive. I've seen bits of it. It was enacted in 2007 and fully enforced by 2010, so that's impressive.
All right. And I'd like to move on then to my next area of questioning is you had given us some statements about toxicology testing, and you indicated that toxicology testing on samples taken both post-death can be very helpful in prosecutions. Correct, that's what you were telling us?
If it's in a short time period, if it's right after a cardiac arrest, it's certainly more helpful than hours, weeks, years post-mortem.
All right, and before we go into too much detail, you're not a toxicologist?
Correct.
Okay, you're not a medical doctor,
Correct.
and it would follow that you're not a pathologist
Correct.
or a forensic pathologist?
Right.
So in terms of what can be tested for post-death, I take it you would have to defer to the evidence of forensic pathologists or medical doctors, coroners that testified here at the public inquiry?
Absolutely, and also my colleague, Robert Forrest, that I've been collaborating with.
All right. And I think we heard from, we've heard evidence that the types of toxicology testing would really vary depending on the circumstances of a case, and you wouldn't know any of the details of what could and couldn't be tested for.
Correct.
We can go to page 21 of your report. Under this section, you were dealing with recommended measures, and I want to ask you about the routine surveillance section. You indicated under routine surveillance that nursing leaders recommend that all healthcare facilities maintain routine data collection following deaths and adverse incidents. Are you talking about all deaths or just suspicious deaths?
If you can refer me to that article, I believe that's a fairly direct quote.
All right, so thank you for clarifying that. So that this is really you're taking it from what someone else said?
Yes, it's footnote 34.
All right, and I have that article.
I
can
hope
give
you
you I brought a copy. It's Doc ID 72907. We can pass up a copy.
Thank you.
That's all copies. Give it to
Oh,
this.
I'll just take one copy. Thank you. Great.
Thank you very much.
So this is the article that you were quoting,
Yes.
and it's an article by Janet Brown and Angie King.
Correct.
And from their titles, they appear to be in the business of providing quality assurance advice to healthcare institutions. Do you know?
They are risk managers, and they are consultants to risk managers and to systems of care.
All right. And yeah, if we could mark that as an exhibit, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Unless there's anybody who disputes it would go in. And I think that's Exhibit 164. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Then 164, the document identified by the Crown. Killer practitioners, what can you do to stop them?
And I've reviewed this article that you say you quoted from, and I do not see that they recommended that toxicology results should be taken in these situations.
That may have come from additional articles. I believe I paraphrased.
All right.
And so some of this is verbatim what this author said, and the toxicology comes from some other authors.
All right, but you haven't documented that. So these nursing leaders did not recommend toxicology results be taken, correct?
Not in that paragraph.
And you got it from another article that you haven't quoted?
And also from the Georgia case, where it was evidence of insulin immediately post-arrest. And yes, from just general knowledge from doing this research for years.
All right. And you don't have any more details of how they were able to get the testing of insulin on a toxicology screen
Not
in the
insulin.
Georgia case?
No, it was potassium chloride.
Okay, so that's not an insulin
Right.
case. All right. Bless you. I also wanted to ask you about page 12 of your report, about where you talk about how clusters are detected. And you've listed, starting at the bottom of page 12 of the report, if we could bring that up. Thank you. You're already there. I want to go to point 4, actually, where you say routine quality assurance data reveal an increase in patient deaths or adverse patient outcomes. I assume that's quality assurance data gathered at the location of the healthcare provider, such as the hospital or the long-term care home?
It's a combination, yes. There certainly should be internal quality assurance. There should be committees, there should be a process in place. But it also has occurred when there are public health, the Department of Public Health in the Florida case is the agency that noticed the uptick in deaths.
And in that Florida case, what was the issue? What, was it a hospital?
It was a nursing home,
Okay.
and it was insulin.
All right. And do you know if the homes had to report the deaths to the Department of Public Health?
I assume that it was whatever their reporting system was when deaths occurred. Yes, they had to report it to somebody.
But you can't tell us what kinds of deaths were required to be reported to the Department of Public Health?
I don't know.
Or how they, what they did to detect the increase?
Well, there was a 25% increase over the prior year
Right, but
in
you-
that 1 month, but I don't know how they determined that.
All right. Or how widely they received data from anyone? Do you know?
I don't know.
You also mentioned that in one of these cases, there was a death review committee that hadn't met, and that would be a committee within the home or hospital?
That was a committee within the hospital.
All right. And do you know who's typically on a committee like that?
It tends to be interdisciplinary, so you have a variety of expertise. I know that there were physicians on the death review committee, but other than that, I don't know. There may have been a risk management person.
And I'd also like to ask you about the 130 cases that you did examine. You've told us a lot about the convictions that were obtained, and I'd like to ask you a little bit about the ones where there were prosecutions, but the results were set aside upon appeal because of procedural violations.
Okay, so are you talking about the first bullet, 6 successfully appealed?
Yes, I'd like to ask you
Okay,
about those cases.
so the first 2 were the Michigan case in the Veterans Hospital. And that is footnote number 1. Strauss-Shasby in the New England Journal of Medicine, an epidemic of mysterious cardiopulmonary arrests. In that case, and I go into some fairly detailed description of that case and the due process violations.
Okay.
So before the CDC had fully investigated, they knew that they had breathing failures. They detected pavulon as the agent that was causing an increased number of deaths. However, this was an FBI case because it was the Veterans Administration, so it was a federal case. They did not adequately give the 2 nurses involved legal representation. They had television cameras rolling while they were arrested, and one of their children saw that unfold on television.
So this is,
There was eyewitness inconsistency. The prosecution withheld evidence that was exonerating. There were so many procedures. I spoke to the attorney who defended these nurses, and he said, B, for all I know, they could have done it. And he goes, but the procedural violations were so bad that this clearly was an overturnable case.
so on your chart, it is at tab F of your affidavit. There's no page numbers, but
Well, it's,
the 5th page in is,
74, 75.
yeah, it's Narcisa and Perez. I mean, I know those 2 nurses.
yeah, so if we could go ahead to one of the pages, 5 pages in, has a different title.
So the first spreadsheet is convictions.
Yeah, so here, and you have a special spreadsheet for appealed, acquitted, and dropped.
I have appealed, acquitted, or dropped, and that's where those 2 are.
Right, and they are the Filipina Narciso and Leonora Perez, the
Correct.
number 2 and 3. And I understand that once suspicions were raised, investigators went in and spoke to all the nurses, and they zeroed in on these ones because they were present for a lot of the deaths.
And there was conflicting eyewitness accounts, and I hesitate to get into what has been somewhat discussed in the literature, but it might have been a little racist.
Right, these are Filipino nurses. And you said that, in fact, I think in the underlying articles, I noticed you were, I'm not sure if it was you or someone you were citing, but referred to it as a bit of a witch hunt. I can't hear your answer.
Yes, and also that was based on the attorney who represented them, and from Kalish and Kalish, who are nursing authors who talk about nurses in the media, and they pointed out that there was the press was really zeroing in on how it must have been these. There was sort of tried before the trial, that kind of thing.
A bit of going in thinking dirty,
Yes.
trying to blame somebody. And the next list, the one nurse A on the list is Canada. And that was a similar situation where they charged someone because they were simply present.
No, they charged Nurse Nellis, from what I understand, that was published in the Time, in the media, is her roommate was a law student, and when the investigators came knocking at her door, her roommate said, "You don't have to answer any questions." So they arrested her on the spot, and they made an arrest prior to the Centers for Disease Control's epidemiologic study. And the nurse who was arrested was exonerated when the epidemiologic data came out, and Nurse A, in footnote number 3, this was the CDC study, unexplained deaths in a children's hospital, and they concluded that it was digoxin and that these were unnatural deaths.
But no one was convicted.
No one was convicted, and the Canadian outcry about how the witch hunt atmosphere was, really a horrible thing, that Nurse A was not arrested.
And Professor York, my reason for asking these questions is I just want to not lose sight that there could be other causes for these deaths apart from serial killing. There could be malfunctioning equipment, chemical reactions, medicine supplied that isn't what we thought it was. Many maybe scientific reasons we can't even explain, and that it would be incorrect to automatically assume that someone's killing people when we have an increase in deaths.
I did not assume that. The Centers for Disease Control worked diligently to, first of all, exclude, could it be Legionnaire's disease? Could it be a bad batch of medication? They thought of all of those things you're listing. They were systematically excluding the other causes.
But among these cases where there weren't convictions, there are cases of faulty logic, a bit of a witch hunt, and even false statistics in the case of Louisa de Burke.
She is not one of these cases. She is not one of the ones published in either JAMA, the New England Journal of Medicine. The research behind footnotes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and the editorial by Kenneth Rothman in the New England Journal of Medicine called Sleuthing in Hospitals, I trust the peer review process of those journals, that the Narcissa and Perez case in Michigan and the sick children's case, they excluded, could it be a bad batch of medication? Could it be germs in the air? Could it be anything other than the presence of Nurse A or the two nurses, and I think there was a different nurse other than the nurses that were arrested in the Michigan study.
On your chart,
Sorry, could you not interrupt the witness, please?
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Can you finish your answer?
I should add, my friend is past her time, but
I'll finish up.
All right.
So for those studies, I am confident that the Centers for Disease Control, the New England Journal of Medicine, and the Journal of the American Medical Association did a good enough vetting that this wasn't speculative. Now, in the Lucia de Burke case, there was a great deal of discussion and controversy and the statistics. However, that was never published in any of these journals.
All right, but she does appear at the end of your chart. If we go to the very end of the chart, her name is on this chart.
She does. And that's because she was convicted for a period of years until somebody challenged the statistics and it was overturned. So I have correctly represented that as a conviction with an overturning.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Sorry, Ms. Bambers. I just called you by the last name. I apologize for that. Who's next?
I believe it's the, it's right ahead.
Okay.
bit of a trick podium. And if you open your binder, you turn off the switch to the microphone. So I'm going to try not to do that.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to set my time here.
If you move it, you might shut off the feed.
Right.
That's what I did.
Okay. So, my name's Susan Fraser. I'm here on behalf of the Ontario Association of Residents' Councils. And if you've been following the inquiry, you know that they support residents' councils in long-term care. And residents' councils are mandated by the Long-Term Care Homes Act. And they're essentially a voice for the residents in long-term care. So I just wanted to pick up on a point that Ms. Corrente raised in terms of the one case in Canada being the case of Elizabeth Wetlaufer. And am I right that in taking from that, your evidence on that, is that because we only know of one case, we don't rest on our laurels, thinking that we're in a better position than other countries, because part of the issue of healthcare serial murderers is that they often go undetected. So because you only know of one case doesn't mean that you're doing well comparatively. Is that fair?
Beautifully said.
Okay, wow, no one's ever said that of a question, so thank you for that. I know you're aware of the Long-Term Care Homes Act. The fundamental principle of that act is that the long-term care homes are homes for residents. So in contrast to the hospital where people go for probably a short stay, they're homes, and they're to be operated in a place in a way that people can live with dignity and security and safety, and also have their needs met, social, psychological, physical needs, so that people don't actually go there to die, they actually go there to live. You understand that?
I do. I appreciate that.
Okay. And that often when people go into long-term care, they're encouraged to go into long-term care because they'll be safer, because they'll be well cared for, and their needs will be met. And you understand that as well,
Yes, we hope that.
right? Because often somebody might not be able to look after themselves in their home. They go to long-term care. They're expected to be in a better situation if they weren't able to care for themselves at home, right? You're nodding your head, so I think you're agreeing with me.
Yes.
Okay, so you talked about death and a good death, and I understand that, but obviously that for people going into long-term care, that may not be the point on which they wish to start, right?
That is true.
You don't want the first order of business to be, how would you like to die? The first order of business for, at least in Ontario, might be, what are your goals and your living, and how can we support you?
I would agree with that.
Yes.
And I would also say that it's never too early to have the conversation about how would you like to die.
Right.
Hospitals are asking people to have that conversation before routine surgery. We all need to come in with advanced directives. We should be having that conversation, especially if it's not for the purpose of rehabilitation with a goal of being discharged to somewhere less restrictive.
Right.
So
That's a conversation for another, from my perspective, for another day, but that debate. But you'll agree with me that if it's not a person's home, that they're starting with a discussion about death may not be the best thing for that particular person. Long-term
I
care.
wouldn't go that far.
Okay. Certainly in terms of looking at death and understanding what a good death is, what I heard from you is that we need to have a better understanding of what death looks like for different populations, including populations in long-term care,
That is right on.
right? And if we don't actually look for that information, we're not actually going to find it, right?
Right, we need to be informed. What does death look like for an Alzheimer's patient 5 years in, 10 years in, 20 years in?
Right. And one of the challenges we've heard about investigating deaths in long-term care is that that the sudden and unexpected criteria doesn't help us. So what you're telling us is, well, go out there and find out how people are dying in your facilities so that you understand what is atypical.
Right.
Okay. With the exception of the sort of brazen killer who attacked the ambulatory patients, the healthcare serial murderer generally preys upon people who are elderly, mentally disabled, young, of vulnerable populations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And those populations of vulnerable, critically ill people or very young are overrepresented in terms of the victims.
Yes.
And so what that means is that if you're elderly or critically ill or frail, you're more likely to be a victim than somebody who's able-bodied.
I can't go that far. I just don't
Okay.
think the numbers are enough.
Okay. But you've noted, some of the literature notes that the populations have a decreased ability to report abuses?
Yes.
Okay. And that some of the abuse is insidious, it doesn't leave a mark?
Yes.
Okay. And that some of the people may be compromised in terms of dementia, delirium. That may mean that they can't report or that they're not believed when they do report. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then some of the healthcare serial murderers get monikers, an angel of death, or that they're mercy killings. But your research doesn't suggest that there's anything merciful about these killers.
My research is pretty clear that in the rare cases of a nurse who, when confronted with evidence, admits to anything, they will sometimes say things like, I was only trying to help the patients, or it was their time to die, or I hated to see them suffer. What the actual medical record review revealed, though, is that that was a very self-serving statement on the part of the nurse, that some of the patients they said they were trying to help were not terminally ill and were expected to recover. So, right.
So these are
This is not mercy killing.
Right. These are brutal attacks against vulnerable people by people they trust.
Yes.
Okay. I understand from your evidence that it's not always possible to detect a serial killer, but I also understood from your evidence that, and I'm summarizing here, that it may be possible to eliminate or reduce or control the environments in which they might flourish.
Yes, it is possible to deter them and make it much more difficult. For example, an ordinary serial killer has more obstacles to the number of victims than a healthcare serial killer in an unregulated, unsupervised environment where there's lots of IV potassium chloride available that can be injected into an IV line. You don't even have to puncture the patient's skin. Whereas another serial killer has to locate a victim, plan what they're going to do. It's very labor intensive to be a serial killer. And it's those barriers that we're now putting up. It doesn't mean we can stop them entirely, but it does mean we can decrease the number, we can make it more difficult, we can make it easier to catch, and we can stop them sooner.
Okay. So in the literature that I reviewed, your 2006 article, which is at Tabby, if you need to turn it up, I drew a couple of, it's at page, your document number 67, Amanda, and it's at page 1369 of the actual Tabby, and the actual article.
So it's page 1367.
1369.
Okay.
Page 67 for our document.
Okay.
I did. Is it on? Now it's on. Sorry about that. So, just looking at that. So some of those include easy access to intravenous lines, which aren't of as much of a concern in terms of the facts, but one of them was reduced oversight during the evening and night shifts.
Yes.
Right? So the corollary of that in terms of if you're trying to reduce that as a factor would be to increase your staffing in your evenings. Or to have more regular checks, like a drop-in by management.
Exactly. If you could have random supervision, if you could have periodic team meetings. When I was a nursing supervisor, I regularly dropped in on the night shift. I would sometimes schedule my hours so that I would cover the evening going into the night shift and do a little bit of reporting and see both sets of staff. So it's not necessarily increasing the staffing, it's being strategic about the staffing.
Right, and maybe the rounds aren't always done in the morning. Maybe at some point in time, the doctor might come in at night to check on his or her patients. Okay,
Or pharmacists, or just more ancillary personnel, more company. It's lonely on the night shift, so.
right, and at least one nurse or one staff member in Elizabeth Wetlaufer's case said that she would sometimes come in early in the morning to work, and she would observe things that others might not, because she thought Elizabeth Wetlaufer didn't think anybody was watching.
Right.
Right, and those are the kinds of conditions you're talking about.
Right.
Okay, so then less routine quality assurance activities are seen to potentially be a factor that would increase the likelihood of having a healthcare serial killer. In Ontario, we have a couple of different quality assurance measures. Some of them include mandatory reporting of suspected abuse and neglect, that any person has that obligation, so other than a resident. So a family member suspecting it, a nurse, a personal support worker, a physician, they all have those reporting obligations.
I just have a quick question. A family member is a mandated reporter?
The Act says that any person who suspects abuse and neglect has an
That is
obligation to
impressive.
report. So, but it only works if people actually do it, right, or know about the right. And you know that from your child protection work as well.
Right, but certainly family members are not mandated reporters in child protection. But that's
Right, so we're talking about
interesting.
abuse and neglect in long-term care,
Care.
not outside of the facility. Okay, so, and I'm short of time, so that's why I'm trying to move quickly. We also have annual inspections or other forms of inspections. So during the period of time that Elizabeth Wetlaufer was at Carescent Care Woodstock, there was no annual comprehensive, this is what I expect the commissioner to conclude, annual inspection, a comprehensive inspection. Is that the kind of a factor that might contribute to her being able to go undetected, or based on what you're,
That is not what we were really describing. We were more describing strategic,
right?
random supervision, the kind of thing that would heighten vigilance. We just sort of assume that there are scheduled massive compliance visits on a regular basis. That, I mean, accreditation of hospitals, JACO, that kind of thing, that did not seem to deter serial killers.
Okay. In terms of what did deter serial killers, is there a correlation between, and does the literature tell us that environments where there's an enhanced reporting on, say, issues of abuse and neglect, that would also deter a serial killer?
I have not found that in the literature.
Have you found the opposite? Like, have you found any correlation?
No.
Okay, because you do talk in your paper about intentional harm and not really studying intentional harm, and not just about serial killing, but also in other forms of violence. And I just wonder if you can talk about the relationship with understanding harm to residents or patients in care, and how that routine studying of violence against patients might also assist us in terms of the serial killer problem.
I just am not familiar enough with that literature.
Okay. I thought I drew it from your paper, so let me, but I'm going to move on from that because I want to just I'm at 14 minutes, so I've got basically 1 minute to talk about those maybe 5 or 6, the A1 principles. So before I move to the A1 principles, if I have 5 or 6 minutes, I'm going to just tidy up that last piece on the literature, which is, it's at your, can we look at tab F, sorry, tab E. Thanks. I've lost my page, Commissioner, just a moment.
your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Fraser.
Isn't that funny? It just disappeared. All right. I'm just going to go to the A1 article, which are the guiding principles. Commissioner, you'll find that at tab I.
Thank you.
Yes.
And this really comes back to what we talked about earlier, is in terms of creating the conditions that would deter serial killers. And I take it from your evidence that by including this and this framework from these nursing executives, that these, in your view, these principles would help deter serial killers within the healthcare
Yes,
setting.
And when I did that literature review, for the purposes of this report,
Yes.
I wanted to see, since our 2006 article, what is being done.
Okay.
Very, very little. I can't 100% endorse everything in this.
Right.
I certainly can't tell you if it's had any effect. I can't even tell you to what extent this is being followed. What I can tell you is this is one of the most on-point responses to our 2006 article.
Right. And what I thought was interesting about this framework, and you'll find it under the purpose statement, which is that, page 1?
It's page 93 here.
Oh, thank you, 93. Is that they talk about 3 types of behavioral categories. So one was human error, the second was at-risk behavior, and the third was reckless behavior. All right, and just in terms of some of what we've seen in this case, we've seen behavior from Elizabeth Wetlaufer that at times would be seen as just, it looks like she was making a mistake and she wasn't particularly competent. And that, they distinguish that kind of inadvertence or slip or lapse from behavior that is what they describe as at-risk behavior, which is a choice that increase the risks, but where the risk is not recognized or is mistakenly believed to be justified. You're nodding your head. And the third would be this reckless behavior. Do you believe in the importance of distinguishing those kinds of behaviors?
Yes. And specifically in Elizabeth Wetlaufer's case, the fact that she had numerous occasions of observation and discipline for sloppy behavior is very different than when she consciously, knowingly injected patients with insulin in doses that she knew could kill them.
Right. And then we had things that were in between, right? And we had times where she was prepared to let people suffer in pain, waiting for their medication so that she could have a nap or
take their medication herself.
Right.
She was using a lot of patients' hydromorphone.
Yeah, I'm focused on the things that the facilities knew about. Okay? So that takes you to a different category when you're actually neglecting somebody versus slipping up, right?
Yes.
And then we had another occasion where she was seen to take unsterilized scissors and stab a hematoma.
Right.
Which would be reckless, right?
I would call that reckless.
Yeah. So what I'm interested in is, do we know whether somebody who is reckless or who is abusive, whether containing that kind of behavior would also contain a serial killer?
We don't know that. And if you looked at a Venn diagram,
Right.
you would say that the number of reckless nurses that have harmed patients is about one pie chart.
Yes.
And possibly within that, and maybe to the edge of it, little smaller bin chart, there is some overlap.
Yes.
There are also some who are described as very good nurses, and you would never suspect that they were a healthcare serial killer. So there's some that are outside of that.
But can we say that it's likely that if we actually work to control that behavior, that we might also be also be deterring healthcare serial killers?
I honestly can't say that.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser.
I guess Ms. Hughes is next. From the Nurses Association.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Good afternoon, Professor Yorker. My name is Kate Hughes, and I'm here representing the Ontario Nurses Association. So it's very good to be able to ask a nurse expert a number of questions. A lot of the questions have already been asked, but I'd like to ask a few more questions about the Aiken research, if you don't mind. And so if we can go to page 15 of your report. And just so that I'm clear, with respect to this matter. Now, you cited the Aiken reports. You have a number of footnotes, and you spent a lot of time talking about her research. And if I could make sure that I understand why you put this in. And so in your report, you said under the section Measures to Improve Patient Safety Overall is the category. And you said there are a variety of safeguards and practices that should also prevent patient harm due to intentional acts. And so you then cited that. And as I understand it from your evidence, that part of this is because if you have this in place, the good staffing ratios, the education, et cetera, that serves what you called as a deterrence to nurses who may be serial killers. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. And in addition to the deterrence matter, I think that you were clear with Mr. Ziegler that it also serves, because nurses are one of the main sources of reporting suspicious or unusual behavior that may lead to picking up of serial murders. Is that right? So they could be the eyes and the ears of the reporters. Is that right?
And if you see something, say something.
Right.
That sort of culture.
Right. And you flagged, and a number of these incidents have flagged, that the serial killers tend to engage in this intentional action on the nights or the evening shifts when they're basically alone and there's nobody there to observe them. Is that right?
Yes, and less people, yes.
All right. And so that's why you cited Aiken for a number of those reasons. And although there may not be, as you put it, a direct correlation, that you think that there is an indirect correlation, and that's why you put this in your report. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Okay. And then you were asked a number of questions, and you then said that there was a new study, and you spent a little time talking about that study, and we spent some time looking for that over the lunch break. But before I go to that, I take it that when you said that the Aiken research is very credible, that you are standing by what you put in your report and you're not changing your opinion in that regard, even if there is this new study. Would that be fair?
I just haven't thought it through that far.
Okay.
I keep an open mind because I'm always open to reading the next level of research.
Okay.
The evidence can evolve over time, so I'm eager to hear that you found the article, first of all, and I need to look at it in more depth. I mean, It was literally on the flight over here.
Fair enough, and I'm not sure that on literally over the lunch hour that we found it, but we did find an article that from 2017 that reviewed from the California Health Foundation that reviewed the hospitals with respect to, in light of the fact that there's now a nurse ratios in California, and they were reviewing it for three ways. One, to look at how they managed to actually find all the nurses to meet the ratios, 2, the impact on finances, and 3, the impact on quality care, as I understand that research, and that they have done preliminary research, but they haven't found they suggest more research needs to be done.
I don't think that's the study I was referring to.
Okay.
This was across states.
All right. And then with respect then to the ratios, I understand it in California is, and perhaps you can assist us, was there a specific number of nurse per patient or a resident in case of long-term care that is mandated?
I believe it was a little less prescriptive than that. I know that in some areas it went to 4-to-1. However, there was an algorithm that also went along with that, with patient acuity, with shifts, with sort of customary care. So I think in the media, this 1-to-4 got out there, and all these nurses thought, oh my gosh, we're going to work in 1-to-4. And of course, that is not the reality, and they're not violating the law.
Yeah, and I
You just
understand.
have to drill down
Yeah.
and read exactly.
Right. So when I drilled down a little bit of drilling down, I could see, for instance, on med surg 4, so 1-to-6, one nurse for 6 patients. So it would depend on acuity, as you say, if there's comorbidities, the stability of the patient. Would that be fair?
And the type of unit, because patients are in hospital much shorter periods of time. So an ICU, of course, would be, sometimes it can even go 1-to-1. In ECMO, you have two nurses to one patient, so.
Now I want to ask you about long-term care with respect to this. And we've heard a lot of evidence with respect to long-term care in Canada that the residents in long-term care, that their acuity level has been increasing with an aging population, frailer population, more comorbidities. Is that the same in the United States in your experience?
Absolutely.
Right. And so in terms of these ratios then, it depends on the more frail you are, the more comorbidities, the higher the acuity, then the ratio would get so that there would be more nurses per residents or patients. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And if you heard, we've heard in evidence, for instance, Elizabeth Wetlaufer, when she was on a night shift in one of the long-term cares, would have been 1 RN for 99 residents. I take it that the ratios that you're talking about there, none of them would be close to 1-to-99.
I don't know that. I am not familiar with the ratios, even when they're legislated in long-term care, the night shift, whether it's, CNAs, PSAs, practical nurses, RNs, I really do not know the quantities or the numbers. I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. And so I'm not going to ask you what the specific numbers are in the United States, but when you wrote your report and you stated and you quoted, I take it with approval, the Aiken studies, that said the relationships between nursing staffing ratios and education had an impact on patient outcomes, that patient outcomes overall improve when nurses are better educated, baccalaureate degree or higher, and when staffing ratios are higher. Is that correct? That's
Staffing ratios are lower.
I'm just reading when staffing ratios are higher.
Okay, so it's
I'm just looking at the page.
fewer patients per nurse. Maybe that means more nurses per patients.
And
Is that exactly?
yeah, and I think we all understood what you meant.
Yes.
And you went on in a quote and said, every one additional patient added to a nurse's workload results in a 7% increase in patient mortality.
And that was taken directly from that study published in the Journal of
Okay.
Nurse Anesthetists.
Okay.
Nursing Administration, sorry.
So with respect to, we're coming up to the end of this inquiry. We'll have to look very practical recommendations and solutions. And we heard from 2 nurse managers who said, one said that in long-term care, given the acuity and issues of comorbidity, that it should be 1-to-10 or 1-to-20 in long-term care. And do you have a particular view on that, or would you agree with that?
No.
You don't?
I don't disagree. I do not have a particular opinion.
Okay.
I would not agree, because, again, it's getting into numbers, and a lot of this is based on a qualitative assessment rather than a quantitative.
Okay. But your point then in raising all of this is to say that generally that when you have the ratio is better, that is more nurses for residents or patients, that there is seen to be a better outcome, and you say that has an indirect result or indirect impact with respect to deterring serial killers. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to, before I go on to one other area, you were asked some questions about reference letters for nurses and whether or not a nurse who's been terminated should ever get negotiated a reference letter. And you indicated when a question was asked to you that you said that in that case you wouldn't agree, that you thought that nurses, there could be lots of circumstances where it would be a good idea to be able to give a reference letter. And you said there was a problem, there might end up with a lot of good nurses not getting work. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And you were kind of, at least I couldn't hear from the back row. Perhaps you could expand on that.
Yes. Nurses who advocate, sometimes very zealously, for patients' rights, for better working conditions, for whatever, are considered to be problems by hospital administrators. And sometimes they are let go of, less to do with bad patient care and more to do with their political activism.
Okay. And leaving aside those situations, you attached that Ontario study where nurse managers need to be educated because they all agree that nurses can be rehabilitated, and whether or not they have mental health issues or addiction issues or other problems, but that a very low number would actually be willing to rehire. Yeah.
Right. You're getting the point right. I just want to make it clear that I did not say all nurses could be rehabilitated.
Oh, fair
They
enough.
all deserve the chance.
And that many good nurses have had problems in the past. Would that be
Absolutely.
fair?
I just wrote a letter of recommendation for somebody who is going to be an awesome nurse with a troubled background.
Okay. And then one other small matter, you were asked a lot of questions about insulin. I'm not going to ask them all again. But there was you talked a little bit, not in your report, but orally, about a practice for 2 nurses then to administer insulin. And I just want to clarify, in our situation, we're not talking about a nurse making an inadvertent error, but we're talking in this inquiry about a nurse making an intentional using insulin intentionally as a weapon. In that cases, is your understanding that nurses are doing this surreptitiously, in the night without another nurse around?
Yes.
Yeah.
And obviously, having 2 nurses check is not a fail-safe to administering an overdose of insulin.
Right.
You just dial it up after the nurse has checked with you.
Right. So having the second nurse may assist if you're making an error and haven't dialed it right, but it's not going to stop the Elizabeth Wetlaufer situation where she wasn't telling anyone that she's giving the insulin. The person doesn't need the insulin, and she's giving insulin as a weapon. Is that correct?
That is correct, other than the fact that there were some awareness of how much insulin was in the medroom. There could be increased awareness of insulin in the medroom, but that doesn't apply to the 2 nurses.
Right. And there could be other ways to figure out how much
Yes.
insulin there should be in the medroom and et cetera. Okay. We'll leave that to others. Now, I just wanted to take you to your report, which is Exhibit 163, and if you could go to page 5 of that report.
Are you talking about the?
Your actual report.
Yes. Okay.
And that's when you do the phenomenon worldwide. And I just wanted to ask you some questions about that. And so this is the last area I have to ask you questions about. But you've listed the 131 prosecutions and 90 convictions in 25 countries. And I just wanted to be clear, and that's over a period of 48 years, is that right? Because you did the
That's right.
70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, et cetera. Okay. And so, and with respect to that, then, if you could, if we could take you to a document that I have produced, document 72908, Amanda, and that is a document, and I can hand that out to you if. Just one moment, to get you copies of that. Yes, here it is, right here. If you could give the commissioner one and the witness one.
Thank you.
And this is from the NCSBN, And so that is the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. You're familiar with those, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could mark this as the next exhibit.
Yes, thank you. So is that Exhibit 165?
Yes, Madam Commissioner.
So
Okay,
it's-
and if you could look
sorry,
at,
I just want to make sure it's in the record clear. So it's document 72908 that becomes Exhibit 165, Progress and Precision. Thank you.
thanks. And if you could look to the third page in, it's actually numbered S5 at the bottom of the page. And in the copy I've given you, I hope I've highlighted the line. It says that as of November 23rd, 2017, the U.S. workforce consisted of, it looks like, more than 4 million RNs and almost 1 million LPNs. Is that
Right.
right? And LPNs are licensed practical.
Vocational or practical nurses.
Okay. And I think they're the equivalent of what we call the RPNs here.
Yes.
Okay. And so that adds up to almost 5 million nurses, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so that would be, of course, just at the present point in time, right, of November 2017. And I'm just wondering, in terms of your statistics that you gave us, and if we could look at page 7 then of your report, now that we know how many nurses there are in the U.S., and so you said the professions that have been prosecuted. So we were talking about 131 prosecutions, 90 convictions in 25 countries over 48 years. Is that right? And so we know that there's in the U.S. about 5 million RNs. Do you know how many healthcare workers there are?
I don't.
And do you know in the 25 countries how many healthcare workers there were?
I don't.
Okay. And so I've tried to find the numbers, WHO numbers. It looks like there's about 21.5 million healthcare workers in those 25 countries.
Are you including physicians?
Yes, but do you have any idea? The numbers would be very much larger than.
No, I've also tried to find that.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. And it was difficult to gather the data, but I was able to gather data on the 25 and at least get from what they've listed 21.5 million. I don't know if it captured all healthcare workers. But so then, looking then at your conclusion, and you've said, look, these numbers are still very small, and you've outlined that to us in a number of places in the report. You've cautioned us, be careful. You want to caution the reader, and I appreciate that. And you say, the chances of being killed by a healthcare serial killer are extremely low, estimated to be less than 1 in 2 million healthcare providers. And then you quote from this unpublished dissertation from the UK, is that right?
Yes.
But the UK, we know, had pretty high numbers for such a small country.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's why it's qualified.
Yeah. And if we looked worldwide, have you actually done the numbers, knowing that U.S., for instance, there's 5 million nurses alone, let alone doctors and other healthcare workers? Have you done any of that numbers? Have you tried to estimate the chances?
I have tried, and it has not been fruitful.
Okay.
I've reached out to Robert Forrest, I've reached out to Ken Kaiser, I have manipulated the searches every which way, and it's so confounding. And then you go, well, do you want to, like Robert takes the approach of it's an average of 30 victims a year. When you look at the total number of patients who died at the hands of, or under suspicious circumstances. So at this point, that is why that is not in this report.
Okay. And so would it be fair then, you say it's extremely low, estimated to be less than 1 in 2 million. From my calculation about that there's at least 21 million healthcare in those 25 countries, it would be much lower than that, wouldn't it? It would be a very tiny fraction.
Like a 0.0 something.
I think it's 0.0000 something.
So that's why I was relying on Robert Forrest's data, which was English data based on number in England.
Okay. But would you agree with me, looking at it from 25 countries over a point of 48 years, the numbers would be much smaller than that?
I'd have to take the number of all the victims and divide it.
But you would have to divide it with all of the
All the-
healthcare workers over 48 years, right? You couldn't just take one point in time and take the 31 cases that occurred over 4 decades and take one number of healthcare. You'd have to look at.
I am absolutely open to anybody doing that research and informing our work.
Okay. But in any case, in terms of telling this inquiry, the number is very, very, very small. Is that right?
It is what it is.
Okay. And in terms of, well, you say it is what it is. You don't actually know what it is because you haven't been able to do that
What I do know
calculation.
is how many victims there are, in which states, in which countries, and you have provided some data on how many nurses and practical nurses there are. So I invite readers to
Okay.
speculate what the risks are.
Okay, and so, and in terms of the risks then, if I could take you to your report, an article at page 57, which is another article that you wrote, one of your earlier articles on analysis of murder charges against nurses, and take you to the conclusion of your paper there. And in that conclusion, you said the extremely rare cases of nurses accused of murders have unfortunately tainted the media portrayal of our profession. And would you remain to be your opinion as well now?
Yes, and, Kalish and Kalish have not really updated their work on the initial unfair representations where 4 times as many news articles were published about the accusations against a nurse than were the exoneration of nurses in some of those cases. So there hasn't been a data update on that, but I agree that some of the media portrayal has been very, very, very damaging. At the same time, nurses continue to be the most respected profession in the United States in polls after 9/11. Firefighters rose to the top for a year or two, and nurses are back in the top, the most trusted profession. So for whatever damage it's done, we are still the most trusted profession.
Okay. And in addition, I mean, we know that you have 5 million nurses in the United States. The vast majority of them would be excellent nurses and should be tainted by these small, rare cases of the serial killers.
Absolutely.
Right. And in fact, I think that
Sorry,
you...
Ms. Hughes, just your time is up. Is this your last question?
Oh, yes, I guess in my last question, I understand that you were reported in the press as saying, we don't want to alarm the public should not be alarmed, and in fact, you have better chance of being struck by lightning, much better than being affected by a serial nurse murder. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
I believe Mr. Freeman is next. No, no questions. Oh, sorry, no, you're next, sorry. Sorry, Tom's next.
Sorry.
Still no questions.
Could easily have that wrong. Thank you so much.
Apologies.
Well, good afternoon, Professor Yorker. My name is Linda Rothstein. I am counsel to the Ontario College of Nurses, which, to clarify, is not an educational institution. It is actually the governing body of all nurses in Ontario. We license and regulate 175,000 nurses, RNs, and RPNs. And so just picking up where Ms. Hughes...
Let me just clarify.
Yes.
So you do both RNs
And RPNs.
and RPNs?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so we cover both. And we do all the licensing and we do the full regulation under a statutory regime, which, as you can imagine, is quite complex. I won't bother you with it, and that's fine. But just following up where Ms. Hughes was, I've been listening carefully to everything you've said, and it really is so very interesting. But am I right in sort of summing up the last part of what you've been testifying about this way? You think it's important to hold 2 superficially contradictory observations in our heads simultaneously when we approach this field and think about the recommendations that are going to come out of this public inquiry. One, that there is indeed a very low incidence of serial killer nurses, especially in Canada. But nevertheless, we must take very seriously the obligation to raise awareness about this phenomenon in the nursing profession and indeed in the healthcare sector at large. Is that a fair summary of what you think? And it's important to hold both those observations simultaneously because, as Ms. Hughes has just pointed out, we don't want to exaggerate the incidents. We don't want to cause the harm that the media can, from time to time, cause from all of the terrible articles written about nurse serial killers and the legitimate reputation to... Yes?
Interrupt for a minute?
Sure.
When you say all the articles written about terrible serial nurse killers, I think you mentioned there were 4 by me.
Oh, I didn't mean any by you. No.
But
No, I meant articles in the media.
media, okay.
No, I meant what you said in your, actually, in what Ms. Hughes just took you to, is you were concerned about media stories perhaps overstating and exaggerating the concern and tarnishing the profession broadly. Sorry, am I unfairly paraphrasing?
I wouldn't say there were all these
Okay.
negative articles. There probably aren't even enough. What happens when a case is discovered, the local press zoom in.
Yeah.
Charles Cullen was a big-time case. A lot of people had never even heard of the other serial nurse killers unless they lived in that community until Charles Cullen. And a lot of people still think he's the only one. So I'm not saying there's all that bad media. I'm saying it can get bad and it
Right.
can get ugly, but it's...
Let me not overstate it. Let me not overstate it. We don't want to exaggerate the risk because that can cause harm to the legitimate reputation of the nursing profession as a caring profession. That you agree with.
Yes.
But equally, we need to now be aware that this is a phenomenon that has shown up regrettably around the world and across North America, that it causes terrible damage. And in your opinion, increased awareness and some other reasonable precautions will perhaps prevent the next serial killer, or as you put it yourself, stop them earlier. That's your view.
Beautifully said.
Thank you. So I take it, therefore, that you think one of the roles of my client as the nursing regulator is to do what it can internally and perhaps with the profession as a whole to increase awareness about this phenomenon and some of the things that you have described for us this afternoon and this morning.
Yes, and avail yourselves of the AONE article and the publication that I reviewed in preparation, because it's out there, so
Right.
at least some of it is.
And your hope is that without really it costing a whole lot of money, just that increased awareness, education, understanding of some of the nuances of the issue, attention to all of the things that can create red flags will do itself some good in hopefully reducing the incidence of serial killer nurses in the future.
Yes, I would say that.
So I want to talk then a little bit about some of the things that you have touched on in your report, and particularly the measures that improve patient care broadly described. And not surprisingly, Professor Yorker, you spent some time talking about medication error reduction. And I'm going to suggest to you that this is an area that is really hard for those outside nursing to get their head around in the beginning. Because for those of us who have family members, the thought of any medication error is just horrifying. And the notion that we're not punishing them all or dealing with them in some very serious way is actually counterintuitive. Have you experienced that sort of reaction?
Yes.
All right.
And that's why we use the Toyota model, which is, stop the assembly line. If there's a mistake, we want to get to the root cause now. And the employees all go, this is a good thing, this is a healthy thing, we're all going to make improvements.
Right. So in reading your report, and you didn't say this as clearly, so I just want to make sure I understand, you endorse the work of the capital J, Just, capital C culture movement, which argues that in general, we should be moving away from a culture of shame and blame and moving towards a culture of transparency and root cause analysis. You endorse that view?
I do.
And I take it therefore that if you were giving advice not just to employers and to nurses, but even to the regulator, that they should take on board that general philosophy. Obviously, there's times, as you say, where the discipline is the only result, but in general, that's the way we should be moving. You agree with that?
Yes.
All right. And I take it that you agree with that because most medication errors are made by caring nurses unintentionally.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. And those caring nurses may be negligent, they may lack knowledge, or it may be the result of a variety of systemic and environmental problems, but nevertheless, those med errors are made by caring nurses unintentionally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also because although all medication errors create a risk of patient harm, not all medication errors actually cause patient harm. I believe you said that in your report. Right. And therefore, the fact that an RN has made a number of medication errors over her career is not a red flag of a serial killer nurse. Is that fair?
So can I tease that out just
Sure.
a minute? Because I may have overstated that most of medication errors are done by caring nurses, and it was a simple mistake. There's that area of sloppiness,
Right.
okay?
That may not be as caring.
I don't know where that would fall, but I can't say this great big number are caring good nurses. It was just a simple error.
Right.
There's some sloppy nurses.
Okay. I understand. That's a fair qualification, and I don't think it changes where I'm going with my next question. I was saying simply that I think when I read your report, I draw from it the conclusion that it isn't helpful when we're talking about predicting serial killer nurses to be looking at med errors generally. We need to zero in on a subset of medication errors, and specifically the ones you spoke about in response to the questions of Mr. Ziegler, which was diversion of medication. Is that right?
Yes, and even with diversion, again, it's not an indicator of a serial killer.
Agreed. Because most often drug diversion, although always causing patient harm, is likely the result of a substance abuser, someone who's using it for themselves.
Or selling it.
Or selling.
Just using it for themselves, yes.
But certainly, it's more helpful to be focusing in on the subset of medication errors in the diversion of drugs than it is on medication errors broadly when we're talking about serial killer nurses. Is that fair?
Yes, and I think one of the points I made about diversion is with the serial killers, they're typically not diverting the abuse substances. They're diverting things like potassium chloride and insulin and respiratory paralyzing agents. So we should have the concept of diversion be bigger than just narcotics.
It's helpful to know. Okay. So now I just want to turn to an entirely different subject that hasn't yet been discussed today, although it certainly covers the very same issues, and that is a memo that was prepared internally by my client before we had the benefit of your report, and certainly before we have the recommendations from the commissioner. So it was done proactively in the face of this inquiry. So I think you have in front of you, the registrar has Exhibit 128, if you could pull up document 72834, please. And I believe that Commission Counsel has shown you this memo dated May 25, 2018, from Ann Coughlin, who is the Executive Director and CEO of the College of Nurses of Ontario, to Ms. Ismail, who is the Acting Director, now Director, I can tell you, Commissioner of Professional Conduct at the College. You've had an opportunity to review this?
I have.
Okay. You will have noted that Ms. Coughlin's staff drew heavily on your work. I think there's 13 footnotes to your work in this paper, so hopefully they fairly cited you. And just by way of, connecting dots, you may also have noted that the Farah Ismail is the F. Ismail that you referred to in footnote 30, page 20 of your report. It's the article on how Canadian nursing employers deal with monitoring of nurses with problems.
Absolutely.
So same person. So really, I just want to ask you the very open-ended question. We have to wait for what the commissioner thinks. This was very much a work in process. I'm going to take you through a few issues about it. But it was meant as a short-term, proactive measure to try and frankly work internally to raise awareness about this issue pending the ultimate work of this commission. So were there any concerns that you had about it? Because if there are, we are using it for that very soft purpose.
Well, I have recently gotten this.
Yeah.
And my overall reaction is applause. I am like, finally, thank you so much for putting this document together. I was expecting the National Council of State Boards of Nursing to have a similar awareness education document after our meetings in the late 90s, and nothing materialized that I could ever find other than these a few bulletins from nursing organizations. So there, at this moment, there is nothing I would take issue with, and I would sincerely hope that when this is all concluded, I can use this in the United States, and that you can offer it to anybody else.
I've got something better I can offer you. It's going to be the report of this commissioner.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just if you could turn to the short term and the long term on page 4 of that document, please. So you'll see that the short-term work that's being done is to orient the team that is involved in doing the triage of review of complaints made by members of the public about nurses and termination reports that are provided by employers to try and assist them in at least having this issue in their heads. On the long term, obviously, we're waiting for the lessons from this inquiry, but the second one I just wanted to ask you about, Dr. Yorker, explore an algorithmic approach that uses predictive analytics to identify members that may pose a serious risk. Do you know in your consultations with licensing bodies that you've done whether anybody has such a tool?
No. In my literature search, the only place where I actually see looking at risk factors or using personality tools, because I'm just delighted that you talk about the Munchausen syndrome and the biproxy, and that you delve into some of that. Law enforcement, they are apparently allowed to administer personality tests that would detect if you're a psychopath, and use that in hiring decisions. Nursing will not touch that. Mm-hmm. And has not. Even though one of the articles actually talks about do a personality assessment, the most that I'm aware of is that it's qualitative, and you pose in an interview session, you pose some ethical dilemmas to a candidate on a one-on-one, but there's certainly no algorithm that would go with it.
So in short answer, that does not yet exist.
It does not yet exist.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yorker. Those are all my questions, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rothstein.
We seem to be moving at a fairly decent pace, and at some point we'll be taking an afternoon break, so I'm wondering if now is the appropriate time.
No, thank you for that. I had lost track of time because of how interesting the afternoon proceedings have been, so let's take our break now. Thank you.
This public inquiry is on recess until 3:55.
when they're there. A lot of what has been discussed, I think, has been focused on the healthcare organizations themselves and on the licensing bodies and accreditation bodies. But my question for you is, what should be done in your view that's not done at the outset of nursing education? So nursing schools and nursing curriculums that deal with that stuff. What's not there that should be there?
Wow. Because I definitely have the opportunity to participate in curriculum development in nursing schools, and what is not there?
If I can give you, I guess, an example. You mentioned that there's a specialty or subspecialty in forensic nursing.
Yeah, it's a subspecialty.
Is there any value in having some level of forensic training required for all nurses?
We do get it. Here's the areas where it is required curriculum. We all get mandated abuse reporting training, both in pediatrics, geriatrics, and emergency. We all get quite a bit of legal and ethical principles training. What I observe happening that is a barrier sometimes is less the critical thinking and more the ability to speak up and challenge the status quo, challenge the system, say, I don't feel this is right, there's something going on here. And some of that's cultural, some of that goes beyond education, some of it's experiential, some of it's maturity. So I feel like the essential building blocks of critical thinking is available at least in a baccalaureate education for sure, because it's in a whole course, several courses sometimes. And the legal and ethical issues are there. So.
And at the baccalaureate level, is there a role for the literature that we've looked at today, or the types of literature we've looked at today? Is it there already?
It is not there already. And I'm not sure that it's necessary to prevent this further. I think just the concept that this type of child abuse occurs, raising awareness, like we're still working on the average pediatrician understanding Munchausen by proxy. It is so terribly undetected because it's counterintuitive that a very competent, knowledgeable, articulate mother could be using the healthcare system to hurt her child, could be over-medicating her child, and then lying about the symptoms. We wish we could get that into the curriculum because I think that's probably a more prevalent aspect than the Munchausen by proxy when it occurs in the healthcare setting or the healthcare serial killers. So I'm not going to say that it should go to every level. I do think it should be educated through licensing boards, through employment agencies. It should be one of those ongoing, when your risk manager orients you to the hospital, something.
But do you think that there are things we can do, whether or not you can come up with them at this moment, to better equip nurses coming out of school with identifying these kinds of red flags?
Not specifically for healthcare serial killers. I don't want to over-alarm nursing students because it is so rare. But I would just want them to be cognizant of what a psychopath looks like, whether it's a coworker or whether it's somebody you're dating, but to have some awareness of there are some really bad people out there who can trick you.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Let's see, RNAO would be next, or? RPNAO, okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Professor. So I'd like to turn to page 15 of your affidavit, and specifically the Aiken research with respect to improving patient safety, satisfaction, and outcomes. Now, it's my understanding that when nurses are referred to in the study, it's defined as including any fully qualified nurse by the standards of each country. Is that your understanding?
It means a registered nurse.
Okay.
So holding a license by the standards of each country.
Okay, so it would not include registered practical nurses?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, in Ontario, we take a unique approach to assigning our residents to nurses based on their specific needs and then the associated outcomes of each of those residents. Do the jurisdictions which are referred to in the research take a similar approach to resident care, as far as you're aware of?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. Now, does the research consider the variances in the scope of practice of, say, an RPN in Canada versus enrolled nurse or an auxiliary nurse or an associate professional nurse or whatever the other titles are used across jurisdictions?
According to what I've read from Aiken's study, especially when she moved into other countries, is that she had co-collaborators with that country's credentialing and educational system work with her so that it could be sort of compared.
Okay. Okay. Now, your evidence with Ms. Hughes equated LPNs in the United States to RPNs. I'm going to suggest to you that they are not in fact equivalent, and then just to point out a few examples, LPNs, for example, work under the direction of registered nurses, whereas RPNs do have autonomous practice and work under the direction of physicians and NPs. For example, LPNs, and I am generalizing because across states it is different, but generally LPNs study for about 1 year, whereas RPNs study between 2 and 2.5 years.
What about 4 years?
4 years is RNs, registered nurses.
Okay. Oh, okay, so you have, tell me the first group you said.
So in Ontario, our nurses are broken down into 3 main categories: RPNs, RNs, and nurse practitioners. And nurse practitioners are registered nurses who then go on for further study to obtain the designation of a nurse practitioner.
What was the category that only had 9 months of training?
None. At the RPN level, the training is 2 to 2.5 years.
Okay, so that's comparable to our practical or vocational nurses?
Okay, so,
Right.
well, my understanding is that the LPNs, it's a 1-year program.
LPNs is, okay,
And then there's additional training should they want or need to perform various other activities.
okay.
And just to follow that as an example, yeah, no, I mentioned that, and the standards of practice are in Ontario very similar, comparing RNs and RPNs versus LPNs having a different level of standard of practice, sorry, compared to registered nurses. So I'm going to suggest to you that they are not, in fact, the case. Have you done any research that suggests otherwise?
No.
Okay. And then quickly, I'd like to just turn to page 19, and that's sub 3, where you refer to meaningful information that should be shared or communicated from previous employers and prospective employers, whether it's only to the employers or to the board or to the ministry. What information would you suggest is the information that should be shared?
Are adverse patient outcomes associated with the presence of a particular healthcare provider or a particular nurse? If bad things happen to patients when that nurse is on duty, and it doesn't matter why, and you don't talk about blame or shame, but you can just pass on, when this nurse is on duty, more patients had cardiac arrests, or more patients had infections, or had injuries. But to pass on meaningful information if a nurse has posed any risks
And
to
at what,
patients.
sorry, and at what stage would you say that that information should be shared?
if they are fired from the agency for that kind of behavior, I think that that's certainly useful to know. The next employer would probably want to know if they've been fired.
And any other circumstances, or just if they're terminated?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Don't know if there's anyone else who still wants to ask questions. So. I have a couple in reply.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Professor Yorker, if I can turn you briefly to the document that Ms. Brodstein put to you, this memorandum from the College of Nurses, dated May 25th. I think it predates your report by a couple of days. Not to dampen the applause too much on the document, but I want you to turn to page 3 in the 4th bullet point. It says one of the themes they noted was that there is evidence to suggest that serial killers may have a history of previous convictions. Now, that's not what I understood you to say earlier.
That's true.
Right. And I'm looking at the footnote, and I think it's on the second last page of the document. It's small room numeral 12 by Patel, and it's a Journal of Criminology document on serial killers and elderly victims. Are you familiar with that?
You know, I may have, let me just see again. It's
Footnote 12, it's the second last page.
Okay. No, I am not familiar with that one, and that's interesting because it's in the Journal of Investigative Psychology and Offender Profiling, so.
The one I have says Journal of Criminology, if it's footnote 12. XII. Roman numeral 12. M. Patel, serial killers. Do you have that one?
I do.
It's the Journal of Criminology and Sociological Theory. And it deals with elderly victims of serial killers. I guess it doesn't say healthcare serial killers.
Why do
Are you familiar with that?
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm following you.
There's a small Roman numeral 12.
It's not Rourke and Ward?
Yeah, I have Rourke.
I have
sorry.
Rourke.
I'm looking-
Yardley is 13.
Patel.
Sorry.
Patel is XLI.
Sorry, 12. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one myself.
Okay, so
So it's Rourke and Ward. Are you familiar with them?
Okay. I am not familiar with Rourke and Ward.
All right, but certainly you don't agree that they tend to have a serious history of previous convictions.
Right,
In your studies, you found the opposite.
right,
And certainly in the case of Elizabeth Wetlaufer, there was no such history.
right. So
And-
that's a good clarification.
No, just raising that. If we can turn to the footnote 34 on page 21 of your report, Ms. Bambers mentioned and she put to you the paper on killer practitioners. And I'm just looking at your footnote 34, you say quality assurance committees should review routine data and be alert to any trends that are outside what is typical for that patient care area. And that's where you cite the paper. And I take it by routine data, are you including toxicology results in routine data? Is that routine?
No. I'm including infections, readmissions, transfer to ICUs, certainly deaths.
Right.
Those
Time,
kinds
date,
of things,
type,
yeah.
comorbidities, the other things. Okay, so by routine, you're not suggesting that these people are saying that toxicology is routine data?
No, but,
Nor are you.
right, they're not, right.
Just one more question in terms of Ms. Corrente's questions of you regarding a number of healthcare serial killings in Canada in healthcare. First of all, you're not commenting on killings that are not serial killings, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I know we go from, between your studies, we go from 0 to 100% by having one, and that's Wetlaufer. And in fact, we wouldn't know about Wetlaufer had she not come forward herself.
That's correct.
So in terms of public confidence in the system, should we be more or less concerned that the only one we know of is one where the killer came forward herself, and that's the only time that's ever happened?
That is a very thoughtful and provocative question.
Yeah. And have you an answer?
It's a double-edged sword, and it can go both ways. It can be that, I have to say I am impressed with this inquiry. I am very impressed that there is this magnitude of will to try to make sure it never happens again upon discovering this. It speaks well to the culture here. I don't know if that overall has been a deterrent, but at the very same time, the risks, what the Wetlaufer case has taught us is that there are people who can continue to go undetected for years and years if they just keep below the radar. And I think the same risk of that applies in every single developed country, not just Canada.
Professor Yorker, those are all my questions. In your hands, Commissioner, in terms of any other questions.
No, thank you so much. I would just like to thank you very much for your thoughtful and helpful report and your patience with us today. I think everybody in the room would agree that your evidence was riveting and very important to us. So thank you so much for your help.
Thank you.
Ms. Greenall is not here anymore today. We didn't think we'd start today. I think, fortunately, council worked very quickly and efficiently today, so I suggest we adjourn for the day, Commissioner, and we start at 9:30 tomorrow with Ms. Greenall.
Absolutely. Thank you once again, everyone, for being so cognizant of the rules and abiding by them. At the risk of sounding flippant, I would say that not always lawyers agree to and abide by time assignments, so thank you. Good night. See you in the morning.
This public inquiry is adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m.